Welcome to our Oki, and welcome to our division office located on the traditional land and territory of the Niitsitapi, Piikani, Kainai, and Siksika, the Blackfoot people, within the Treaty 7 region of southern Alberta.
Sorry, I wasn't using my mic earlier. Thank you, Trustee Poitras. We'll now stand for O Canada.
O Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love in all of us command. With glowing hearts we see thee rise, the true north, strong and free. From far and wide, O Canada, we stand on guard for thee. God keep our land glorious and free. O Canada, we stand on guard for thee. O Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
Thank you. That was Zoe Nelson from FP Walsh. All right, moving on into our consent agenda. Recommendation that the January 29th, 2024 consent agenda be approved by the Board of Trustees as presented or amended. Can I get someone to make that motion, please? Trustee Yegas? Is there anything that anybody needs pulled from the consent agenda? Trustee Yegas? Can you please use your mic? Trustee Yegas, can you please use your mic? That's okay.
I'd like to pull out Chad Kuzak's report, and I'd also like to pull out the professional learning one.
Thank you. All right, we'll make those. E8. E8 and E9. Or yeah, I guess the professional learning would be the action, so we can make Chad's report just the discussion item, so we can make it at the end of that. So H4, 5, H5. Thank you. All right. Anything else? All right. Recommendation that the Board of Trustees can approve the January 29, 2024 consent agenda as amended. All in favor? Carried. Moving on to emergent changes to the agenda. Recommendation that the January 29, 2024 regular board meeting agenda be approved by the Board of Trustees as presented or amended. Can I get someone to make that motion, please? Trustee Poitras? Any recommendations on the agenda? Trustee Long? Turn your mic on, please. Can you turn your mic on, please? There you go. Thank you.
Item E2, board policy. We are looking at board policy 8, 3, and 4, and yet there is only a recommendation for 3 and 4. I wonder if we should have a recommendation for policy 8 as well there. The Board of Trustees approved changes to board policy 8.
Oh, okay.
Because we're looking at 3 policies.
So we got 8, 3, and 4 on there, so we just need another recommendation. So it'll be like a recommendation number, whatever order we wanted to do that in. Trustee Gimber, did you want to do board policy 8 first, or 3 or 4? We can move it to either one. I don't know, the lead-in says here. Oh, so board policy 8, we're not, yeah, I didn't see it in the package, so. Oh, okay. So we'll just remove changes to board policy 8, board operations, and we'll just be looking at board policy 3 and 4. Thank you, Trustee Long. Sorry I didn't catch that earlier. I just gave Carla a heart attack. I know. I was like, I didn't see that. So thank you, Trustee Long, and Nikki will make those corrections. Anything else? All right, a recommendation that the January 29, 2024 regular board meeting agenda be approved by the Board of Trustees as amended. All in favor? Passed. Declaration of conflict of interest, that the Board of Trustees declare if they have any conflicts or interest relating to the agenda items up from the 2029 or January 29, 2024 board meeting, and if so, should declare them. Seeing none? All right, moving on to our action items. E1, 2024-2025 meeting schedule. The board will discuss preferred meeting days for the upcoming school year and potentially future years. The second and fourth Tuesdays are available and have been tentatively booked. However, a decision will need to be made soon to ensure board meetings are secured as we share the use of the building. Recommendation that the Board of Trustees approve the 2024-2025 schedule of meeting as presented or amended, and Trustee Poitras is making that motion. I'll turn it over to you.
Yep, I just know that we had discussed this and that as we share the building and it books up fast and we want to work around each other's schedules, Nikki looked into these dates and found that they were all available. And so I would recommend that we go ahead and book these and approve the schedule for the upcoming year.
Thank you, Trustee Poitras. The floor is open for questions. Trustee Toon? Oh, nope, she didn't.
Okay, thank you. Not a question, but I'd propose an amendment that says November 12th or November 4th. I would propose an amendment to include November 4th as that, as the November 12th date is in the middle of the ISC day and the week off school for trustees with students.
Sorry, Trustee Toon, you wanted to, you wanted to make it the what day?
The November the 4th. It says or
okay.
the 12th.
I gotcha.
To include that date.
Okay. Is that day available, Nikki? Do you know? Okay. Just because we had it on there, so hopefully, yeah. Did you ever have it? Yeah. Yeah. Thank you. Okay, any other questions, comments? Carla, did you have Trustee Gimber?
Yeah, so my question would be, that is a Monday, November 4th is a Monday.
Yeah.
Are we not going to keep it on Tuesdays and Thursdays then?
I think where as possible, we'll keep it on Mondays. Oh, Trustee, or not Trustee, Mr. Seguin.
Yeah, I mean, I could make a switch. Normally, admin council meeting is the first Tuesday of every month. So just with the way the second week doesn't allow for that Tuesday to happen, we could move to this first Tuesday, or sorry, the first Tuesday. I would just need to bump admin council that regularly occurs on that. So either is fine.
So I think where as possible, we'll keep them on Tuesdays, but if there's a conflict, I think we always try and find alternate dates. And so unless there's a recommendation to keep it on a Tuesday, then we're looking at moving it to the 4th. Did that answer your question? Sorry.
I'd just like to say for consistency, I'd like it to be on the same day every month at least, if we're going to change it off of Mondays. The date, like whether the day of the week is important to me. And then I would also like to consider in December, I know Superintendent Seawood just mentioned the first Tuesday of the month, but if we were to move it to the 3rd and the 17th, then that avoids that Christmas Eve meeting.
Recommendation you're suggesting would be the 10th and 17th for December?
No, I would have gone the 3rd and 17th, so it's 2 weeks apart.
Oh, 3rd and 17th, got you. But then we're looking at the 26th, and then there's only a week difference between the last board meeting. I mean, either way, we're going to run into a conflict a little bit there. But yes, normally, I thought we had discussed having it not on the Christmas Eve day, or did we? Trustee, or Mr. Seguin?
Yeah, the December 24th is the 4th Tuesday, but because that's Christmas Eve, we placed one on the 3rd Tuesday, which was the 17th. But I think what Trustee Gimber is saying is 2 weeks between a meeting of the whole and a regular board meeting is ideal, is what she's suggesting.
Thank you. Just in our agenda package here, it says 10th and 24th, so I think that's just a printing error then, so it should, and so the recommendation would be the 17th, but then Trustee Gimber's asking if we can move the planning meeting to the 3rd. Yeah, yeah. Okay, Trustee Toon, and then, oh.
Yeah, it's,
Oh, yeah. Sorry, I was looking at here. Sorry, I was just looking at that there. Yeah. Thank you. Trustee Toon? No.
just like for clarification, Chair, we had a proposed amendment, and do we have another amendment proposed, or?
Voting on your amendment first? We have to deal with his amendment. Yeah, thank you. Okay, and then were you making an amendment too, or just, we'll vote on Trustee Long's, or Trustee Toon's first?
We can go ahead with Trustee Toombs. I just want to say that I think it would be much more effective use of our time if we maybe considered all of this in a
That's
planning meeting
kind of what I was-
first, instead of doing this.
We did bring this to a planning meeting and potentially had discussions around the Tuesday dates. We're just making this, we tried to accommodate all the schedules, and when we were bringing this to the board meeting, Trustee Poitras, did you want to talk to the?
Yeah, just for clarity, the amendment that's on the floor is to add a placeholder in for November 4th, but not to switch the date. Is that correct, Trustee Toon, or you want to switch it?
So in the package, it says the November 12th planning meeting or Monday, November 4th. I was just asking that we strike out the November 12th and have the November 4th be the date for
Okay.
consideration.
Thank you. And then also for clarity, was Trustee Gimber making an amendment to the amendment to switch that to November 5th? Or was that just for discussion?
Trustee Gimber, were you making that amendment to keep it on a Tuesday to the 5th? You're making an amendment to the amendment?
Yep, I will do that then.
Trustee Toon, would you consider that a friendly amendment?
I'm not in disagreement on it.
Changes,
Yeah,
pardon?
that's fine.
So the recommendation then is to, sorry, I just got to get to the right date, to make it November 5th, strike out the November 12th, 2024 planning meeting and move it to November 5th. We're just discussing the amendment on the floor right now. He said yes. Yeah, just, yeah, pull it towards you, Claire.
This is a point of information. Why are we switching from I don't understand why we had it on a Monday and now we're going to a Tuesday. You know, like for that one day. Why did originally we put it on a Monday?
Trustee Toon?
because admin requested it be on Monday because they have meeting on Tuesday.
Admin,
Admin has a meeting.
trustee Charchin? Pull it toward, oh, there you go.
No, it's good. Is it okay if I still speak to the November 12th?
Yeah, we're discussing the, the
Okay.
amendment, so.
When I look at the calendar, I see that November 13th is Divisional Day, where we are typically involved in that. So my preference would to keep the 12th and the 13th rather than split up weeks. So just wanted to bring attention to the Divisional Day the following on the 12th rather than moving the November 12th.
Trustee Poitras?
I just wanted to speak to the amendment. I would not be in favor of this amendment moving. Now that it's been friendly amendment to the 5th, I will no longer be in favor of this. As admin council, it's hard for those principals to figure out their schedules. There's a lot going on all year round. And for them to know that it is every second Tuesday that they have their admin council, I think it's easier for the 7 of us to figure out our meeting by either going online on Monday or staying on the 12th, rather than asking all of admin council throughout the division to have to change that. So for that reason, I would be against this amendment.
Trustee Toon?
Since there's opposition to the amendment, that doesn't make it friendly, so we'd need to vote on the amendment to the amendment.
Okay. Thank you. We will now be voting, just speaking directly to the amendment, which would be the recommendation for the November 5th date. Any questions or comments around that? Trustee Gimber, as you made the amendment and it wasn't considered friendly anymore, would you like to speak to it?
Nothing further to what I've already said. The consistency of Tuesdays is important for me and the public.
Thank you. I'll just, if nobody else has any questions or comments, I'll just speak. Yes, so I can't.
No, you can.
I can. I should have been 4. No, I just want to speak, I think because we're planning this a year out, that I get the consistency, absolutely, but I think knowing a year in advance is also a consistency too, so. All right, no other questions or comments. Trustee Gimber closed. We're all going to vote. All in favor? Recommendation that the amendment to that it be the November 5th date is what we're voting on, changing it from the 12th. All in favor? Defeated. All right, that takes us back to the November 12th or 4th. Oh yeah, sorry, I was looking at November 12th. That's the ICS day. So we're now speaking to the amendment of moving it to the November 4th meeting. Any questions or comments? Trustee Toon?
I was just gonna say, if nobody else has comments,
Okay.
I can close on that.
Does anybody have any questions or comments before Trustee Toon closes? Trustee Poitras?
Just wondering for Trustee Gimber, if Tuesdays are important and consistency, would the 12th be better as a Tuesday for you than Monday the 4th, even though that's the week off? You don't have to. I just, if it makes it easier for you, I would vote in favor of keeping it on the 2nd because it's consistent for all trustees. So if that helps that you could attend that meeting, I would vote in favor of keeping it the same.
Yeah. Can you just pull it towards you a little bit? There we go.
We've already defeated the 12th as a,
No,
I thought we did.
no, we defeated the November 5th. We're now speaking to the amendment that Trustee
From
Toon
November 4th to November, okay. I thought we read just to, okay, thank you.
Yep. Trustee Gimber?
Yes, I believe Tuesdays are consistent. We've been like that through the past 3 years that I've been here, we've been consistently on Mondays, so if we're going to be consistent on Tuesdays, yes, I would say November 12th. That being said, that is a week off for students, so there are a lot of people who are away, and I honestly don't know which way I'm going to vote right now.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? We're just speaking to the November 4th, 2024 instead of the November 12th. All right, Trustee Poitras.
So just for clarity, as the current schedule sits, it says November 12th for our planning meeting or November 4th and the amendment is just to scratch November 12th. So if the amendment is voted down, November 12th and November 4th will still be listed as options. Correct? Because the amendment was just to scratch November 12th, 2024 planning meeting. So if we vote down the amendment, then November 12th and November 4th would still be sitting there. Nothing would have been changed.
Right. If we vote it down, yeah.
If it's voted against. I just wanted to get clarity on that, so.
Yes. Trustee Toon? Yeah, has anybody, nobody, I just, no, any questions, anybody, before we just want to pause for a sec? Trustee Charchin?
Sorry, I need a little clarification on what Lacey just said.
Sure.
Yep, so if, Nikki, would you mind scrolling up just a little bit? There we go. So this is the, this is what I proposed. Nikki's highlighted it there. Trustee Toon put forward an amendment to scratch November 12th, 2024 planning meeting. So then it would just say Monday, November 4th, 2024. If this amendment isn't defeated, then it reverts to what it originally was, which is what is stated right there. So both days would still have a placeholder. And then I guess it would be to be determined, unless someone then amended it after this amendment. If this was defeated, then someone could amend to remove November 4th as an option. So I was confused as well, so I just wanted to get clarity that if we vote down this amendment, then it still would be as originally presented.
Yeah. Thank you. Any questions? Any more questions, comments? Trustee Toon?
Yeah, I asked board members to support this amendment. I think it provides clarity on not the unknown of 2 dates on how and when and if they would be taken out of the calendar. I'm all for consistency, but I think the spacing is great of having those out. I'm really against us having meetings and weeks off of school for those of us that have kids in school. It's really challenging for our families to plan the precious time we have with them when it's a break during school to do family activities and provide childcare for those with younger children. I think it really provides challenges for those unnecessarily. Also, I'm against having back-to-back meeting dates. Consistently, we've had poor attendance the second day from trustees. It's a lot to ask people to have, whether whatever you're retired or have a job. It's hard to do back-to-back meeting days, and consistently we have people getting sick or having challenges showing up the second day. So for those reasons, I'm not in favor of having the back-to-back meeting dates.
Thank you. The recommendation on the floor is to remove November 12th and use November 4th as our meeting day. All in favor? Passed. Was there any more recommendation changes to the proposed board meeting days? Trustee Toon?
And I don't know if this should be two things to bring up. If one should be a motion arising, I'd like to see us tentatively put, if we're moving to the Tuesday, to put that in future calendars. I don't know how far the booking calendar goes, but it'd be nice similar to having a draft calendar, put those dates in so they're tentatively held. I think the Tuesdays are going to work great for scheduling things, and looking forward to having those dates in the calendar. So I can bring that as a motion arising. The other thing that might be an amendment that in the past, we had dates that were placeholders in the calendar with some of these dates, with the intention that we sought to find efficiencies to release some of the dates from the calendar, being December, being February, some of the shorter months. Really struggling with the date in December because if we can just scroll up, Nikki. Thank you. The 17th, having a regular board meeting that far in the month, I'm tempted to change that date to the 3rd or something else further up in the month, because there are Christmas concerts that happen that week of the 17th, but also that doesn't allow enough time for administration to plan another board meeting. We get back and there's the week off school, and then there's another one. There isn't the full week in between our next meeting in January. When we come back on the 14th, it's only a couple operational days, and those are challenging. So I threw out a lot there. First, I would say I'll do a motion arising for the calendar dates to make that one clearer. And I don't think it needs to be in there, but I would put an amendment that February and not June, because we need the evaluation. February and December are placeholders, and that we, if possible, remove the planning meeting dates if we can. I know it's hard because we have a lot going on, but in the past we were able to eliminate a couple meetings a month, and I think that a couple meetings a year, and I think that really goes a long way to help administration. Planning for meetings is a lot for them, and it's a pretty arduous task with consistency of meetings. So on shorter months where we have the ability to do that, just having that thrown out there, that's our intent. If possible, eliminate the February and December planning meetings.
So Trustee Toon, you were making this as a recommendation, that one, or did you want to make it as a motion? Because I think that you're not changing anything in our schedule plan. I think it's a motion to tentatively use those days as placeholders would maybe be better as a motion, and not, because you're not changing anything, or?
I'm fine with doing a motion arising, if that is clear.
Yeah, I think a motion would be better just for clarity. So we'll deal with this motion first, and then we can deal with the second motion that you wanted to put on the floor. Did you want to just put them both on there right now, though? If you could just let Nikki know the wording for your second one. Were you just going to send it to her, Trustee Toon? Okay, we'll just pause for a minute. Okay. All right, perfect. So we have two motions on the floor right now. We have a recommendation that February and December are placeholders and remove the planning meeting dates. Should we say where possible, as possible? Yeah, take that part out. Thanks, Nikki. This motion was made by Trustee Toon. Did you want to speak to it anymore, Trustee Toon?
Thanks. No, I appreciate this. I know that we're busy as trustees and we have a lot, but I think if we try and intentionally look for efficiencies, we'll find them, not only to help alleviate the administration's time, but also cost savings. If we can come prepared and get things done in a timely manner, I think it helps the budget as well. So looking forward to the possibility of having this be intentionally looked at for the upcoming year.
Thank you, Trustee Toon. So we're just speaking to the first motion that's on the floor right now. Trustee Poitras?
Point of order, don't we, if it's a motion arising from, don't we finish with the motion that we're talking about right now as far as approving the dates and then move to these two motions arising? Because we already have a motion open on the floor.
Yeah, we should deal with our dates first. I'm sorry. Yes. I got caught up in listening to the motions, but you're right. So we are back to our main motion, which is that the Board of Trustees approve the 2024-2025 schedule of meetings as amended. So, sorry, everyone. We are just speaking to the first motion that is on the floor. Is there any more comments, questions around the original motion? All right, seeing none. Trustee Poitras, did you want to close? All righty, all in favor? Carried. Now we'll go back to Trustee Toon's motion, which he already just spoke to, which is to have February and December as placeholders and remove the planning meeting dates where possible. Any other questions or comments? Trustee Yegus?
One of the problems I find with removing a date, if you have a planning meeting, you don't have to have it. It's there. But in the last few years, we have had so much going on that we've had to call special meetings or I think that would put more burden on both the administration and us. I really think eliminating dates isn't a very good idea because then we have to, if something comes up, we need it. We seem to fill our times up with things that are happening. So I really do not approve of eliminating dates. Let's leave them there. If they're planning meetings, let's leave them there. And then we don't have to have them if we don't need them.
Thank you, Trustee Yegus. We got Trustee Poitras.
Yeah, I just want to say that I agree with Trustee Yegus. It's been many years since we have just had a month with one meeting. And as we are planning the agendas and stuff, I don't see that this would be possible. However, it is possible at any time to cancel any of our meetings, our meeting dates, and or if we see that there's an ability to have a meeting of the whole in the morning and the board meeting in the afternoon, then we can make that change at any time without a motion. So for me, I feel like we need all of our meeting dates to get the work that we're doing done. And because we have the ability to cancel at any time or flex these dates if we must, then I would not be in favor of this motion.
Thank you, Trustee Poitras. Trustee Long?
Yeah, I would concur with that. I think it's better to stay structured and have the dates in there. And if something comes up that we have to change them, we have the ability to do that. But I like the idea of the structure and having the dates set.
Thank you, Trustee Toon. Trustee Long. We have Trustee Toon and then Trustee Charchin after. Okay, Trustee Charchin, would you like to go, please?
Yeah, I recognize this is maybe personal, but I think I'm not the only one that has another job. And for me, it's better to block those dates so I don't book them with my other job and then not able to attend. So knowing them ahead of time would be beneficial for that, from that perspective.
Thank you. Trustee Toon, did you have a comment or were you waiting to close? Okay.
No, I'm not closing. I would propose an amendment to, after placeholders, and remove February and December are placeholders, and remove planning dates or others where possible. And I'll speak to that after Nikki has it up there. And remove the planning meeting dates, other planning meeting dates where possible. No, our placeholders, and remove the planning dates or other dates as possibles. Yeah. Yeah, yeah.
Point of information for the, is the intent here to totally remove, if possible, all planning meeting dates?
I can speak to that, Madam Chair.
Okay, Trustee Toon.
No, that is not the intent. The intent is to open it up to what the comments that other trustees have made about if there isn't anything, we can just remove that. We can't. We approved this, our meeting schedule. Those meeting dates are in the books. So it isn't within the right to say, we're just not gonna have a meeting, we don't have stuff on the agenda. It says we will have a planning meeting date on those. So I think this accomplishes both what all the things that people have been expressing, that there is a need for meetings, that we have a lot going on, and at the same time allows the chair and the vice chair to have that lens that they're looking through. Can you combine meetings? Can you look for efficiencies? If that we don't have a motion saying that we can do this, it isn't in the right to just get rid of meetings. And I don't want to have special meetings or things coming up, and I want to be respectful of everyone's schedule and have these dates in the calendar. But as we go through and plan for things, I think we can find efficiencies, and maybe it's only one meeting a year, or maybe it's none. But I think having this motion is important. For years, we were able to eliminate meetings. I don't think that we've substantially changed the role of trustees over the past 3 or 4 years, that there's not substantially more going on. We just create more things to happen. We can fill an agenda. Hey, we have a light agenda. Is there anything else that needs to go on? Maybe we should look at the reverse and say, is there any things we can pull off and maybe look at another time? So I think this amended motion would allow for flexibility for our chair and their vice to do their job and help plan the work of the board.
Thank you, Trustee Toon. Trustee Yegas?
Just another point of information. Would this not be, or should this not be a separate motion so that we, rather than an amendment to that? And then what you could do is, because we are talking about February and December, but then saying that all planning meeting dates, you remove other planning meeting dates, that's a whole separate idea, if needed.
Trustee Toon?
I don't think so. The reason why I expand to have those in there is because they're shorter months and have a focus beyond those, where traditionally where we did that, but maybe it's another month. And so to say that it's different, it's all trying to amalgamate meetings. So I don't think that it's out of scope or a different intent than what the original is.
Trustee Yegas?
So this is just another point of information. So if we approve the amendment to that, but defeat the first one, how does that set? Because you're making an amendment to an amendment.
Trustee, we're talking about a motion here, and Trustee Toon amended his motion.
It's all one then?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Any other questions, comments? All right, seeing none. Trustee Toon, did you want to close? No? All right, I'm going to call the question. So the recommendation, the motion on the floor right now is February and December are placeholders and remove other planning meeting dates where possible. Yep. Yep, we can just pause for 1 second.
Sorry, this is just a point of clarity, not about a specific motion, this specific motion. If we vote this any motion in, then this motion stands for all future. Because this doesn't say specifically for this year. We were speaking to, this would allow chair and vice chair now and in future to be able to flex those meeting dates and cancel if they need to. So my question is if this motion is voted in, when a motion gets voted in, it is what we use to guide our work until a motion in the future says something against that. Is that correct? That motion would stand and be what the board uses moving forward unless something came to change that. Is that correct?
Trustee Toon, you wanted to speak to that?
Yes and no, because the motion that was brought forward today had dates in there. And if it just came forward, this same motion a year from now, it doesn't say anything about placeholders. It doesn't say anything about eliminating dates. So this would be for a year. It doesn't say a year, but to another motion, you're right, to another motion comes forward, another motion showing a calendar would be a motion superseding this. So if anyone's worried about this being a forever thing, a simple motion of what the dates are supersedes this. And it's not in policy, so our memory is short. We'll forget about this in 6 months.
Thank you. Is this a question around that, Trustee Egas, or some clarity? Because the question has been called on it.
I got some questions about clarity. So basically, what what was said in regard to adding this, if we agree with this, that means we're going to get rid of the February and December placeholder meeting, the meetings then, and have the possibility of removing other ones? Or is this just saying that there's a possibility, we'll leave those meetings as is, and there's a possibility of removing them? I don't know if that's the way it's...
So the way, I'll let you speak to it in a sec, Trustee Toon. The way I'm reading it, and just to make sure everybody is hearing the same thing, we're leaving all the dates booked. This is saying, it's giving the chair and vice chair an opportunity to look for efficiencies within our schedule. And if we can, eliminate some other dates, but a priority is kind of the February, December ones, if we have the opportunity to remove those dates. We're still keeping them and they're placeholders. But if the chair and vice chair find opportunities for efficiency to remove some of the dates, the preference is the February and December or other dates where as possible. Is that correct, Trustee Toon?
Yeah, and I'd have to say that because it's approved, there'd still be a motion that would come forward. Like when we canceled dates in the past, it was the chair would bring forward a motion, we're gonna cancel this date because it's in the calendar. Just because it's a placeholder doesn't mean the chair can authoritatively say, we're not having a meeting in February, we're not having a meeting in December. If there's no agenda, there's no agenda, so that would come to another meeting. These aren't last minute decisions, so I appreciate the angst around the unknown, but I think this helps our chair and their vice do the job. So I agree there's been some lack of clarity, but this isn't point of information stuff. I think we're delving back into debate on it.
No, I think there was some clarity that just understanding the motion. I don't feel like we went in debate. Everybody just made sure I just wanted to make sure everybody understood the motion. So I feel like we're still in a good place. I just want to make sure everybody has clarity on what they're voting for. If I need to pause for a minute, we can. But I just want to make sure everybody understands the motion. Good? Trustee Long, Trustee Poitras? Charge it? Okay. All right, so the question's been called. We're discussing the February, sorry, the motion is, not discussing, sorry. The motion is February and December are placeholders, remove other planning meeting dates where possible. All in favor? Carried. All right, now we're on to the next recommendation on the motion is that the Board of Trustees tentatively book out dates as far as the calendar will allow. Trustee Toon, you've made that motion.
Sure,
Yep.
I'll try and struggle through this.
I know you, for not being able to talk, you decided to talk a lot.
Yeah, I know that the calendar books up for everybody, including this building, pretty quickly. So I don't know how long this is, the calendar is available, but I don't think that really matters. That if we just put it out there for consistency, that the people talked about having if we're gonna go with Tuesdays, let's go with Tuesdays and have that be in the calendar going forward, and then future boards can decide if they still want to change the date or look for availability. But I think it'll really help with the availability question and finding those dates in the calendar.
Thank you, Trustee Toon. Trustee Poitras?
This might be a dumb question, but I gotta ask it anyways. This one is. As far as I know, the calendar goes on forever. So when you say as far as the calendar allows, what does that mean? Like the booking calendar? Okay, so as far as the booking calendar, I don't know how far that is, but I'm guessing a year or two. I would be against this motion because in 2025, it is an election year. And so there are many other Board of Trustees that meet in the evening, that meet all day Sunday, that meet only in the mornings. And so we could all be sitting here, or none of us could be sitting here. So I think booking like that 1 year, so they have placeholders, so that if they want to follow what we've already done, it's already set for that year, but then it gives them flexibility. When the town sees, okay, they're doing this for the next 5 years, then they'll try and book in for the next 5 years also, because it feels like, oh, if they're booking so far in advance, we better do it too. And then we might end up needing, the new Board of Trustees might end up needing a different date, and the new town councilors may also, but because we've already booked, we feel, yeah. So I would not be in favor of this if it is more than 2 years. If it's more than the 25-26 school year as well, then I would not be in favor of it. So I guess I would be recommending that I'm making an amendment, the recommendation that the Board of Trustees tentatively book meeting dates for the 2025-2026 school year following the second and fourth Tuesday schedule. And maybe Nikki can give clarity on how far.
So I have that information. It's 3 years you're
Oh,
allowed to
3
book
years.
out.
Did I miss that? I'm so sorry.
No,
if I
no, no.
missed that.
Nikki.
You know it. Oh, you know it. Okay. I was like, did I miss that? That was said out loud. Okay, so yeah, so if this is defeated, then everyone knows that that would be for 3 years. Okay, thank you.
So there's an amendment on the floor, so we need to know if that's a friendly amendment first. No, so we're just dealing with the amendment now. So it's a regular motion now, so that the Board of Trustees tentatively book dates for the 2025-2026 school year following the second and fourth Tuesday schedule. Trustee Poitras has made that motion and has spoken to it. Yeah, but it's a separate amendment from the first one, because it wasn't. Yes, but we're speaking just to your amendment. Okay, we're speaking to just the amendment. Trustee Charchin?
I think this fits here. I concur with Trustee Poitras, thank you, in that the board could change substantially, not at all, whatever. The other piece, and I'm not sure this does fit here, but you guys will tell me if it doesn't, is that the reasons we had trouble staying consistent were things like Christmas, that we have no control over where it falls, as well as holidays, student holidays, where people want, you know, the autonomy or the ability to be able to go on holidays. Without us having the school calendar ahead of time, we're kind of shooting in the dark as to what that would look like. So I think what I'm saying is I would agree with the 20, is it 25, 26 calendar ready yet? The draft? No, so something to consider, that whether the Livingston Range school calendar is ready for us to work around would be an important piece for me.
Thank you. Trustee Gimber?
Did you? Okay. I can't remember whether it was a year or two ago. We got into trouble because our Mondays were not secured, and we had to do a lot of scrambling to find dates. So my opinion would be that booking it out at least for a couple of years would be a good idea, so that we can secure our dates and we don't get into the same trouble we were in a couple of years ago.
Thank you, Trustee Gimber. Trustee Toon?
Thank you. Yeah, I'd be against the amendment. I think booking it out to the end of the calendar is the most prudent thing to do, because we know that that's what the town's done. So if we're talking about equity and booking, why would we want to hamstring our board and our ability to book, or a future board ability? Oh, you only got 1 year in the calendar and the town decided to move to the Tuesday, and they can take your Tuesday because you didn't have that booked. So I think that we don't want to belabor the discussion, but I think allowing the flexibility, they can always, a future board can always change off the date. What they can't do is they can't have those dates if we didn't secure them for no apparent reason other than they might not want that date. Well, who cares? They can have that date if we put it in the calendar. Let's put it for the maximum amount of time.
Thank you. Trustee Higgins, did you have your hand up?
Yes. I'm having the same trouble Trustee Gimber used to have with this. I agree with Trustee Poitras. I really think that once the board is changed, which will happen, and I know will happen coming after the next election, there might be other ideas. You never know what people are going to, what kind of, schedules they're going to have. And I think they should have the opportunity to make some decision about the dates rather than imposing dates upon them. So I agree with what she had said for the 25, 26 year, and not to do it any further.
Thank you. Any other questions, comments? Put my 2 cents worth in. So we were in this predicament before where we did not have dates secured into the future. Just like Trustee Gimber said, the town had booked so far in advance that we actually couldn't have the dates that we wanted. And part of the reason why we're switching to Tuesdays is because the town is on Mondays and we always have to try and be out of the room quicker. And so I do feel like having the consistency and booking the full amount is a good thing, because when you're running for an election too, then you know the dates that you need to have in your calendar already. And for people who work and for people that do things outside of just being a trustee, it's always good to know ahead of time what you're looking at. Every trustee has an ability to bring forth a motion and change those dates at any time, but I do feel like we need to have some security in them. So if there's no other questions or comments, I'll let Trustee Poitras close.
Thank you. Yeah, just before we close on this, I just want to make it clear to everyone that this is the second and fourth Tuesday for 3 years or 1 year is still just tentative. It is booking these rooms so that we have them if we need them. However, we are not approving the second Tuesday and fourth Tuesday of every month for specific meetings. And so I do see the validity in that, booking them for 3 years just to secure that there is at least something. So I just want to make sure everyone understands that that doesn't mean that this second and fourth Tuesday schedule has to continue, but I do understand the importance of having those dates. So, yeah, I may be voting against my own amendment as, you know, as that clarity comes that these don't have to be the dates that a future board would use, but at least it guarantees that they do have space for some time during the week, should they need it. They should, which they should need it. Hopefully they'll be continuing with meetings, so.
Thank you, Trustee Poitras. All right, we're going to call the question. The Board of Trustees tentatively book meeting dates for the 2025-2026 school year following the second and fourth Tuesday schedule. All in favor? Defeated. Now we're back to the main motion, recommendation that the Board of Trustees tentatively book meeting dates as far out as the calendar will allow. Trustee Toon has, nope, okay. Any questions around that? Call the question. All in favor? Passed. Thank you, everyone. That was a lot. All right, now we're on to E2, Board Policy. Board Policy Chair, Trustee Gimber, will review the changes to Board Policy 3, Role of the Board, and Board Policy 4, Role of the Trustee. Trustee Gimber, I'm going to turn that over to you. So the recommendation, number 1, is that the Board of Trustees approve the changes to Board Policy 3, Role of the Board as presented or amended.
Thank you. Okay, so before you is Policy 3. We went over this at the last planning meeting. There's only a few changes that are on here that we've already covered, primarily meeting 3 times yearly with regional school councils as opposed to twice yearly. That's something that's in the terms of reference. And then we had one question for Mr. Perry. So can you just scroll up a tiny bit, please, Nikki? So these are the selected responsibilities for the role of the board. And in number 4, scroll down a little, receive and review information related to the tender selection for new building construction and modernization projects. Is that something that we do? What was our question?
Mr. Perry, maybe he can just add some clarity just to the point there, and then maybe if something arises out of it, we can discuss it. So, Mr. Perry?
Yep. Sure. Superintendent Seguin gave me a heads up that this would be something that was being discussed by the board, and so I did review it. And typically, historically, when there is a need for a construction project tender, such as the architectural as well as the contractor that is approved, that information has come to the board, and the board can pass a motion to accept that contractor or architect. Typically, that has been when it is at a threshold above what the legislation requires within the trade agreements within the province of Alberta and so forth. There are scenarios where we are in smaller projects within IMR or something of that nature that does not come to the board for accepting of tenders, even though we go out to tenders.
Thank you. Trustee Poitras, have a question?
Okay, so now that we no longer, when we are specifically talking about new building constructions and modernization, we are now assigned by the government contractor to work with. Is that correct?
I don't quite understand what you're asking.
So like we have the Nanton project going on right now, and the company that we're working with out of Calgary was chosen by the government. Is that correct?
Right.
So when we're discussing this piece here, receive and review information related to the tender selection for new building construction and modernization projects. That just means that we receive it for information and that it's shared with us, but we don't need to approve it as.
In that scenario, you wouldn't, because it's not a divisionally managed project.
Right, it's not divisionally managed anymore.
So the funds are not provided to us. So we'll talk about this a little bit later as we talk about land, labor, and so forth in our in-camera. But we'll discuss a scenario where we do have a managed project in the Peaks area, and what does that mean as far as what information the board wants to come to them. Because we have scenarios where we're extending potentially offers out to individuals that are a much lower threshold, and with regards to the timeline, so that information will come to you in an in-camera session. But so as it reads, receive and review information related to the tender selection or for new building construction and modernization projects. It doesn't require a motion to come forward, so the board will have to determine whether that's something that they want or not.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Perry. And also, just for clarity for the board, I was kind of wondering when would we need this then if all of our school new builds and modernizations are provincially managed?
They're not all provincially managed.
Okay, I was like, but however, we do have Peaks buildings and things like that I wasn't considering. So, but I do think it's something that the board should make note of and discuss whether or not receiving this for information is enough, because in the past we have made motions around who we want to go with and approving that, but in our policy, it appears as though that is not actually our job or necessary. So I think that that's something that Lori and I can make note of, and maybe we should discuss further, unless it's going to be amended here today.
Thank you. Trustee Toon?
I like the wording that's there because it provides flexibility for the scenarios that we're given a managed project where it isn't our responsibility and those where it might be. It's up to the board of the day whether they want to make a motion or not, and administration has brought those type of things to us in the past and said, here's the tender, would you like to make a motion? It gives us as governors the ability to see the information, whereas if there isn't anything like this in here, who's to say that we even see the information? So I think this is a great safety net for us as governors to say, this is what your role is, and the flexibility to adapt to the changing times and changing environment on how things are managed.
Thank you, Trustee Toon. Mr. Perry?
Can I just add to that it also supports, the timeline and the ability to move forward without necessarily waiting for a board meeting or whatnot. It also, as it stands, the information is brought to you for these types of scenarios, so you will not face a scenario where you don't receive the information. So, okay.
Thank you, yeah, which is a very important piece. And I also feel too, we've all seen government change and the way they do things, and so this is just like Mr. Toon, Trustee Toon said, this is an important piece for the board to always recognize. All right, so I think we received clarity around that. Trustee Gimber, okay.
Okay, thank you. Moving right along. So just right there is just that we've amended this, so amending the date, I guess. Scrolling along. We go quite a ways down here before we made a change. Right here. So we removed, the board has absolute and final responsibility in the superintendent's selection subject to the minister's statutory authority. Because we don't need approval anymore. The spelling change. Put an H in there. And then we took out this old sample trustee annual work list, and we replaced it with a actual 2023-24 trustee work list. And that is the end of Board Policy 3.
Perfect. Trustee Toon, you had a question?
Yeah, if we can scroll back up to that change there, that was the last one, yeah. And right there, perfect. I'm wondering why that entire sentence was stricken out instead of just striking out subject to ministerial statutory authority, because it is the board's responsibility to select a superintendent. It isn't now required for ministerial approval, so that's why I kind of think there should be something.
Correct. So yes, Trustee Gimber, if we could just strike out just the ministry statutory authority and just keep the rest of the boards, because it is our responsibility, that would be great. The board has the absolute and final responsibility to the superintendent selection, subject, and just take, and then scratch out subject to the ministry authority. Yeah. Trustee Toon, is that what you wanted to reflect? Okay. Any questions or comments? Trustee, I guess, did you have your hand up? Okay. Okay. So that was it for board policy 3. So the recommendation is that the Board of Trustees approve the changes to board policy 3 as amended. All in favor? Carried. All right, Trustee Gimber, we're on to recommendation number 2, that the Board of Trustees approve the changes to board policy 4, role of the trustee, as presented or amended.
Thank you. Okay, policy 4. We didn't make any changes to it. So just at the very bottom, to change the date. Yep, please. We did review it as part of our professional learning as a board. Thank you.
Perfect. So if there was no other questions around board policy 4, it was just reviewed. That's the only change. So the recommendation that the Board of Trustees approve the changes to board policy 4. Well, no changes were made to board policy 4 except for the reviewed part as amended. All in favor? Carried. All right, we're going to just take a 10-minute health break here before we move on to our next section. All right, everybody, going to call us back to order. All right, we're going to move on to E3, Board Self-Evaluation and CEO Evaluation. In response to the motion from the December 18th, 2023 meeting, the board moved that the board chair contact ASBA and Chris Smeaton to investigate the cost and availability of having them facilitate both the board self-evaluation and the superintendent CEO evaluation as soon as possible. So the chair will discuss her findings in the schedule of facility of evaluations. So we did share that with everybody. The recommendation is that the board chair contact ASBA to book them to facilitate both the board self-evaluation and the superintendent CEO evaluation with dates set by the chair and vice chair. Trustee Long has made that motion. Would you like to speak to it?
My opinion is that we need to get a facilitator right away so that we have the dates booked and don't end up not being able to get one. And we had a choice of either ASBA or Mr. Chris Smeaton. I have put in my recommendation that we contact the ASBA because I think it's a good thing to support them. We're members of it, and so my feeling is that we should support the ASBA, and I'm sure they have somebody that would be able to facilitate us very well. I would hope they would anyway. So that's my recommendation, is that we contact ASBA and book them immediately to facilitate both Board of Board evaluation and Superintendent CEO evaluation.
Thank you, Trustee Long. Any questions or comments? Trustee Poitras.
I guess I would make a not friendly amendment and cross out ASBA and put in Chris Smeaton. This is our last year in contract with our superintendent, and we will be reviewing superintendent contract and just going through that whole process. And so for me personally, I think it is important to have someone that has recently been in that position and working with the superintendents and familiar with, I can't remember what it's called, but all the different standards. Superintendent quality standards? Quality standards, superintendent quality standards. I'm not saying ASBA is not familiar with them or not qualified to do it. I just feel as though this year, in this capacity with our current contract coming to an end, that I feel like he would be best suited as a specific person. When I looked at ASBA website, there are, I believe I saw 3 different people that it could be that we could book. However, I don't believe any of them would bring the same specialty. They do lots of different work, and I just feel like with this year and being where we're at, both as a board and as a board with our superintendent, that Chris Smeaton would be a better choice. We've seen that the cost is almost the same, excluding a night in a hotel and 1 day of driving. So for that reason, I would make this amendment. I understand it's not friendly because it totally changes the intent from one to the other. So I would make that amendment.
Thank you, Trustee Poitras. So we have an amendment on the floor that the board chair contact Chris Smeaton to book them to facilitate, to book him to facilitate both the board self-evaluation and the superintendent CEO evaluation with dates set by the chair and vice chair. We are now just speaking to the amendment. Trustee Toon, did you have your hand up?
Yeah, I think Trustee Poitras said that this changes the intent, so it's not an amendment. So this would be it would have to be a subsequent motion, because the motion is to contract with ASBA. And so changing it to somebody other than ASBA I feel is a completely different motion. So it can't be an amendment to do something completely different than contract with who the intent of the contract is for. So I feel that if the main motion, the proposed motion is defeated, then this could come as a motion arising or a subsequent motion.
Yep, just point of order. The point of this motion is not to contact ASBA. If you read the preamble, the point of the motion is to make sure that we schedule a facilitator choosing between either ASBA or Chris Smeaton. So the purpose of the motion is for the board to decide on one of those two. I don't believe that this changes the intent of the motion, which is the intent of the motion is to contact and book a facilitator that the board has agreed upon.
Trustee Long?
Yeah, I agree. That is the point of the motion, is that we need to book a facilitator, and we had the choice of two. So the person making the recommendation had to choose one or the other. And that was left it open for discussion.
Thank you. Do we need to? I agree. I don't think this changes the intent. I think that this can be an amendment where we're talking about two different, not just two different people, not the different motion, so. Trustee Yegus?
Yeah, I agree with that this isn't a separate motion because the preamble does state two of them. Therefore, I think this is an amendment to the other one. Yep.
Thank you, Trustee Yegus. Trustee Toon?
Excuse me. Yeah, I would speak against the motion. I think that, as Trustee Long stated, supporting ASBA that we pay fees to is something that the board has spoke about multiple times, and I think that's very beneficial. They're currently on their website for listed facilitators, two of which have doctorates in education. Dr. Cindy Velasnik has been an acting superintendent this year, and a year previously was a superintendent up in Yellowknife, teaching the Alberta curriculum up in Yellowknife School Division. So I think that they have very relevant current information, and having their pulse on the entire province, because they would have access to things across the province. I think they do an amazing job, and having the board have the flexibility of calendaring this if something were to arise, they have a wealth of knowledge and experience to do that. So I think for all the reasons that Trustee Long stated, that I think that it would be beneficial for us to go with ASBA.
Thank you, Trustee Toon. Trustee Charchin?
Yeah, as I mentioned at a previous meeting, that I felt it was important to have, like Trustee Poitras just talked about, somebody that not only, as Trustee Poitras said, is familiar with the superintendent
Quality standards?
SQS, yes. I always think that quality standard changed, and it doesn't, that part of it. Not only familiarity with it, but has lived that, that quality standard, brings something to the table that I think is important. And also, when I think about working with the board, I think, and I keep using this word, diversity is important. We've had Terry that did the workshop for us, and another set of eyes on us and the work that we do, I don't think is ever harmful. So for that, I would be in favor of Chris Smeaton.
Thank you. Trustee Gimber?
Okay, so I definitely think we should be supporting ASBA. We pay membership fees for a reason for them. And then with regards to the cost between Chris Smeaton and ASBA, the information that I have before me says that Chris Smeaton could cost $5,600 to $8,400 plus expenses and GST, whereas ASBA is $3,500 to $4,000, and we don't have to pay for travel. So theoretically, we could end up paying twice the amount for Chris Smeaton than we would for somebody from ASBA. And just for a pure budget standpoint, as I believe the qualifications from both ASBA and Chris Smeaton, from what I've seen, would be equal, I would definitely have to go in favor of ASBA.
Thank you. I did reach out to Chris Smeaton again, and so just for clarity on the travel, he would only do 1 day of travel, and he said only one night. So I think the difference worked out to be about $500, because I just wanted to make sure that when reaching out that would be that. And so, and it does depend on the board too, whether we're going to have interviews too. So that was something the board did not decide on. Trustee Poitras, and
Yep.
then Trustee Charchin, and then Trustee Yeagas.
Okay, sorry, so Trustee Gimber, the information you're looking at for Chris Smeaton, that included the questionnaires, or the questionnaire for the superintendent portion, and it also included it for the board portion. That's why it was upwards of. And so if it's just the superintendent portion, and then Chair also reached out to ASBA, that $3,500 did not include the questions. So if we went for the questions with them as well, then both of them came in around that $5,000 mark. And so they are the same, but that information, when I first looked at it too, was like, well, this is night and day, so we obviously need to go with ASBA. So just wanted to give clarity on that. I thought that information had been sent out, that just showed the increase of that 1,500 to 2,000 for ASBA. So that was just for clarity. And then my other comment was, thank you, Brad. I did not know that she was currently an acting superintendent. I did not see that there. My only concern is if we decide to book ASBA, the only one that we know for sure is available is Terry Gunderson. He said he is available for our dates and could do it. We don't know for sure whether either of the other ones is available. And that for me could have a huge impact. If we were able to get her for sure, then I would be more in favor. So I don't know if the board wants to table this and reach out to her maybe at lunch, or reach out to ASBA and see that, because that would make a big difference to me. If I don't know, if it's just ASBA and it could be any of them, then I would be in favor of Chris Smeaton. I also agree that we need to support ASBA because we pay fees to ASBA and they don't charge us for travel. However, we support ASBA in a lot of ways. We attend all our ASBA zone meetings, all our ASBA meetings. We have done, a majority of us have done the ASBA governance course. We really support them. And it was a little disheartening for me to see that when reaching out to ASBA and Chris Smeaton, the cost was almost the same. Literally, it's going to come down to a $500 difference, and we don't pay any exorbitant fees to Chris Smeaton to be a part of them. So in my mind, I thought that ASBA would be giving us a better deal or a bigger break on a facilitator, but it really isn't. So that, I agree we need to support them, but I don't feel like they're giving us a big enough break that we need to go ahead and go with one of their offerings without even knowing which ones are available. So that's why I am still in favor of the amendment.
Thank you. We got Trustee Charchin, and then Trustee Yeagas.
I couldn't agree more that budget is a major factor to consider, but not the only factor. I think about when we are looking at the review and future appointment of a superintendent is a huge piece of what we do and why we are here around our schools and our students. And so I feel like I'm just asking people to consider more than just the budget when we are determining who would be the best person to do this evaluation.
Thank you. Trustee Yeagas?
Okay, now I can get it. I didn't realize that the ASBA had people other than Terry Gunderson who were under contract to do this. I do not know anything about these people, and however, we do know Chris Speaking. He's what's from Lethbridge, and he has, like he's more familiar with this area and everything else. At this point, if we're going to make a decision, I think we either have to get more information. I would like more information about the other ASBA people and if they are available. Otherwise, I am totally in agreement with going with Chris, and the reason for that is what has been stated. He's just come out of being a superintendent, and we need somebody who is recently relevant and knows about all the orders and rules and everything else that have come down.
Thank you, Trustee Higgis. Trustee Toon?
Yeah, I think the challenge is to have the chairs go back and forth and try and find all this. That the biggest chance for success, I think, is for us to go with ASBA. And it's not about the dollars for me. It's about the experience. And I know that a few of the facilitators haven't been acting superintendents in recent past, but those facilitators have negotiated contracts for superintendents all across the province, including Chris Meaton. So I think that experience, to me, is more valuable when we're looking at the contract of a superintendent and the reappointment of a superintendent, that to have somebody who's done that multiple times for years, some of them decades. But if I would love to have experience of going with Dr. Leszek or Dr. Yaniski, because when I see what's happening across the province, the bigger boards, the metro boards that traditionally have gone out and hired people from external because they have the dollars and the resources to do any of that, they're hiring ASBA to do their not only valuations, but also do their hiring of superintendents. So they have the experience and the contacts to know what all the current legislation and requirements are. So for me, it's not the dollars, it's not the bang for buck, which I think is great. I'd love to support ASBA because if they are increasing in their facilitation that they do, those dollars go back to us and go back to our division to lower our fees, to make less increases in our membership fees going forward. So I think that's a win-win. But I really think it's the experience of hiring and evaluating superintendents across this province, which sets us up the best for success. I think Chris Meaton is great, but he doesn't have the experience of evaluation. And when we talk about this is a once in a 5-year thing, we need to do the best we can. And I think the best we can is hiring the most experienced person to do the job.
Thank you, Trustee Toon. Any other comments, questions, clarity seeking?
Just a point of clarification from what Trustee Toon said. He said the dollars come back to us. Aren't they under contract, which basically means the money goes to them? I mean, they're not hired by the ASBA. They're under contract to the ASBA, which is a different situation.
Trustee Toon?
Yeah, so the rates they get aren't the rates that they're billed for. ASBA makes a profit on the facilitators. So any profit that they make goes back to the association and goes back to help subsidize our fees. So we've sat in our fall general meetings and looked at the budget. When they have a lot of facilitation across the province, our membership fees go lower or don't have an increase in the percentage that our fees go up. So there's been years in the past when COVID didn't happen and there wasn't as many facilitation and stuff going on, that hurt the association, and then there was increase in membership fees. So it does financially support ASBA by going through them, even though they're contracted services to SBA. They make a profit on it.
Trustee Poitras?
I'm not saying that you're wrong, because it's true. The more profit that ASBA makes, the lower our fees should be. However, they introduced the governance program and made money on that, a significant amount, and we didn't see any decrease. I also look at the budget, all of us look at the budget for ASBA every spring in detail, and I have never seen it on there where it shows an increase in the number of things we facilitated being this much profit, and so we're seeing a decrease. So I'm not saying that's incorrect, but everything that I've seen for the budget over the last 6 years, and I will say probably the last 4 years is when I felt like I had a grip on being a trustee enough to actually understand it and know what was going on. I haven't seen that, so.
Trustee Toon?
Yeah, so I misspoke when I said a decrease. For years, ASBA had a 0% fee increase. And sitting on their board of directors and looking at the finances and what goes into that, it's a direct correlation on what happens. when you talk about the governance course, one of the reasons why they didn't make an amendment to that, because they were looking at course sustainability. They want it to go forward. And since most of us were involved with the pilot of that, that was the rationale they said on why they didn't reduce the fees or do something with that. So really, it's about sustainability of the organization. And we had forever sitting there as trustees where it was a 0%, like 5 or 6 years. I think there was only one increase in like 8 years or something, when every other association in the province and every other group was doing 2 to 5 to 10, some of them, increase in fees. ASBA wasn't doing that because of the investment that they're putting back in themselves.
So I'm just going to direct us back to the motion on the floor. All this is really good conversation, but I just want to direct us back to that the board chair contact Chris Meaton to book him to facilitate both the board self-evaluation and the superintendency evaluation with dates set by the chair and vice chair. So if there's any more comments or questions around that amendment, then please address that now. Okay, we are going to let Trustee Poitras close.
No, I think we've had a lot of great discussion here, and I do think it was all pertinent to, you know, where we invest our dollars, if there is some payback going with ASBA, or, you know, with Chris Meaton, there isn't that same paying into the association. However, given the evaluation that we're doing this year, the end of a contract, potential for, yeah, I would just say it's a big year. There's a lot going on. I definitely feel like we should be doing the questionnaire part of it too, which isn't in here, but for those reasons, and specifically because we do not know who is available for ASBA. And we do know Chris Meaton and his history and his profile and everything. I would urge the board to support this amendment to the motion.
All right, going to call the question. That the board chair contract Chris Meaton to book him to facilitate both the board self-evaluation and the superintendent CEO evaluation with dates set by the chair and vice chair. All in favor? What do we have? You're not, okay, so we have 4. So that is carried. So the amended motion was passed.
Sorry, for point of order, we were voting on an amendment. The amendment has now passed and replaces the original motion and can be discussed or voted upon. I would call the question.
Question has been called.
Yeah, Madam Chair, I struggle when trustees don't even understand what they're voting on and what the process is of it. And then to immediately call the question that they didn't understand that it was a motion that was amended motion. That, yeah, this is really, I think, concerning. For me, I would like to add in the 360 scan type interview that was talked about multiple times into the motion to know that it's more of a deep dive that has happened at other times when looking for a new contract situation.
I'll redact my calling of the question.
Thank you. I do believe I asked it, and I did state that this was an amended motion that we were speaking to, and I thought I gave enough time for everybody to seek clarity on that. And so if not, anybody at any time can please ask for a pause if you're unsure. But so we are just voting on this as a motion now, that the board chair contact Chris Meaton to book him to facilitate both the board self-evaluation and the superintendent CEO evaluation with dates set by the chair and vice chair. Trustee Toon has now added that in this motion, we add the 360 scan into the motion. Consider that friendly.
Yes.
Okay. Is there any questions or comments? Trustee Charchin.
Sorry, I'm not familiar with the 360 scan.
That would be where we interview the principals, along with the board self-evaluation from Mr. Seguin, and then we could add in the trustee questionnaire if we wanted to, too. Trustee Poitras?
Yeah, so just a little more in detail there. Because it is Chris Smeaton now, he's the one that responded most in depth about this, is we would determine the number, and so to make the number the same as ASBA, what it would be is he does 5 interviews with a randomly selected senior admin that works with him, and then he gets a list of all the principals and will interview 4 of them or 3 of them and 1 other. What's this group here? Central office, not just central office. So that when we're doing that evaluation, normally we get the evaluation from Mr. Seguin, who presents to us, but then we also will get this information that is interviews that remain anonymous, so that we know how people feel it is to work with our superintendent and get feedback in another way. And that could happen from both ASBA or Chris Smeaton, but that's what it would be. It was 5, I think he said.
30%. Any other questions, comments? Trustee Poitras.
For clarity, Trustee Toon, in your amendment, you say evaluate and the 360 scan with dates to be set by the chair and vice chair. I would amend that, just to be clear. I think your intention is the 360 scan for the superintendent evaluation. They do it as well for the board if that's requested, which means they would reach out to senior admin or others who work with the board and get feedback on us as well. So I'm just wondering, when you say the 360 scan, are you wanting that 360 scan done for the superintendent evaluation and the board evaluation, or just the superintendent? Just so I understand fully.
Excuse me. Yeah, so it didn't say in the quote what if that was just for the superintendent or if that was just for the board, and the prices that were saw, that it just had those prices in there. So I think there's value in having some external input for the board review as well, as we're coming up to the end of an election cycle. But I think that not specifying provides the flexibility to the board chair and the vice to come back and bring feedback on it.
Thank you. Any other questions, comments?
Just a point of information, is this for both the board and the superintendent? I didn't hear everything that was said.
Trustee Toon is just saying that in the 360 scan, it's important for the superintendent to have that.
Yeah.
He's also saying that it could potentially be beneficial for the board too. He was leaving it up to the chair and vice chair to bring back some information on that and see whether the board wanted to do that. Is that correct, Trustee Toon?
Okay, and is this going to cost more if we do the scan for the board too?
In Chris Smeaton's quote that was sent to you, it had the board included in that. So it could potentially be lower depending on what the board wants it to look like. The chair and vice chair could bring that information back. Trustee Charchin?
Should that information be included in the amendment instead of just left, like to say that it would be after the chair and vice chair find out more information? Whether it's going to be board and trustee? It doesn't need.
It's up to the board.
Okay. So to book them for both the board self-evaluation, the superintendent CEO evaluation, and the 360 scan, I don't know exactly how we want to, of the superintendent and trustees and board of trustees.
That does provide more clarity for the chair and vice chair to move forward. But I'm also just wondering, for clarity, if we want to have a set amount of interviews in there. Trustee Poitras?
Yeah, I would say, yeah, I think I would be against this amendment because if you leave it at 360 scan and don't say of the superintendent and the board of trustees, then that gives the board chair the ability to call and book Mr. Smeaton and let him know that we want further breakdown of how much it would be for 5 interviews of both, 10 interviews of both, or whatever. Bring that back to the board at a planning meeting, and then the board could see that and decide either way and let Chris Smeaton know. And that doesn't have to come back here to have a motion or approval or whatever. It leaves it so Mr. Smeaton can be booked, and we know that a 360 is going to happen for either the superintendent or the board of trustees or both, but that doesn't have to be decided until we get further information, which can come. So I would be against this amendment so that it can be left open to be brought back. This, if we vote in favor of it, says that it has to happen for both the superintendent and board of trustees, which I don't necessarily know that it does or doesn't, but I do know that a breakdown of the cost would help me understand that better and knowing who exactly he's going to be interviewing in regards to trustees. So.
Trustee Charchin?
So I cannot change that at this point, correct?
You absolutely can.
Okay.
Trustee Poitras was just speaking against the amendment,
Okay.
which we hadn't asked if it was friendly yet, so.
Okay, so you'll make the amendment to the amendment, is that what you're saying?
No.
That I would change
You've made the amendment.
Okay.
I'm going to ask Mr. Long if it was a friendly, if he considered it friendly.
Point of order. This is an amendment to an amendment. So Trustee Toon amended it to the 360
Trustee Toon, sorry.
scan.
Yeah,
Scan.
I'm losing who's amending stuff now. Trustee Toon.
Yeah, I think it changes intent because it doesn't provide the flexibility to the board chair. I'm finding out the information as Trustee Poitras spoke to.
Okay, so this is not considered a friendly amendment. So now it is an amended motion that we have to speak to now, or we vote on whether we accept this. Okay. So we're speaking only to now adding in the superintendent and board of trustees. Anybody have any questions, comments? Okay, I'm going to call the question on that. All in favor? Does everybody understand what they're voting for? Okay, nobody's in favor? Okay, defeated. We're back to the main motion. Trustee Charchin.
Thank you. Okay, so I am now making an amendment to Trustee Toon's amendment, correct? Again? All right. So the same as the one that was just defeated, the 360 scan of the superintendent, I'm not quite sure how to word this, but, and board trustee as, like, okay, so if you can just clarify for me, would the chair and the board chair make the decision upon further information, or they would bring the further information back to the board?
I think you direct the board chair and vice chair to bring the information back on the breakdown of what it would cost for a superintendent and trustee with however many interviews the board decides.
Okay. So the board of,
Kathy, you could say, amend it to say, and the 360 scan of the superintendent and or board of trustees based on further financial information from the chair and vice chair.
okay.
That means that the chair and vice chair have to bring it back So the board can make that decision based on that financial information?
Okay.
Trustee Toon, did you want to add, did you have clarity around that?
Yeah, I would just strike out the word financial because I don't think that's the only factor in
Yeah.
making the decision, that bring back further information. But I appreciate what Trustee Charchin's trying to bring forward.
Yeah, and I think that, as I said earlier, financial is a big piece, but not the only piece, so I prefer it to say information rather than just financial. Thank you, Trustee Toon.
And Trustee Toon, would you consider that a friendly amendment? Okay, perfect. I'm sorry, guys, but I'm going to have to make a motion that we suspend the rules because we have a timely in-camera session for 11 o'clock. So I just need us to suspend the rules of order. Okay, all in favor? All right, I'm going to now need to move us in order, or in camera at 10:57. Can I make someone to get that motion? Trustee Poitras? Can I make someone? All right, everybody, if we could just move next door. Okay, because I was like, yeah, we do, and then I was like,
Hi.
All right, everybody, I'm going to call us back to order at, what time is it? 1:01. So I'm just going to refresh everyone's memory of where we left off. So we were in the amendment to the amendment. So we're just speaking to the amendment, which is the superintendent and/or board of trustees based on further information brought forward by the chair and vice chair. So we're just voting on that piece of the amendment to the amendment. Any questions or comments? Okay, seeing none, I'll call the question. All in favor of voting on just the amendment to the amendment, which is adding the superintendent and/or board of trustees based on further information brought forward by the chair and vice chair? All in favor? Passed. All right, now we're back to the motion, which is that the board of trustees contact Chris Meaton to book him to facilitate both the board and self-evaluation, the superintendent CEO evaluation, and the 360 scan. Did you want to say something?
This is the motion we're on the amendment now, which is the 360 scan and superintendent. So this was an amendment to the amendment?
Yeah, which we passed.
We have passed the amendment to the amendment. So now we are
Adding in the 360 scan.
360 and superintendent. So all of the red part is now what we're voting on, right? The red part is right. As an amendment to your amendment. So your amendment now becomes 360 and this red part. Okay.
Yeah. Oh, so we need the 360 in there.
So that, now that's what we're discussing and voting on,
Is a 360 scan.
all of that, right?
Yeah, the whole, yeah, all of that.
Sorry, just for clarity.
No, sorry. So we already approved adding in the board of trustees based on further information brought forward by chair and vice chair. And now we're just going to vote on adding in the 360 scan to that. So you've got me all turned around here now.
So my understanding is the amendment was to add the 360 scan. Then trustee Charchin amended the amendment to not just say the 360 scan, but to add in the piece that says 360 scan of the superintendent and/or board of trustees based on further information brought forward by the chair and vice chair, which we approve. So that now that all becomes the new amendment. That whole red sentence right there, we amended what it was to become this, and now we vote on this entirely as one piece.
So the 360 should have been part of the one we just voted on then? Yeah, okay, so just, the 360 should have been read by me, and it is included in the red. So, yeah, that's it, so we're back to the motion now, we're amended motion right now, right? Yes, so that's the one I'm going to read right now. That's the one I was starting to read, but I didn't have the 360 scan in there, which it should have, sorry. That the board chair contact Chris Meaton to book him to facilitate both the board self-evaluation, the superintendent CEO evaluation, and the 360 scan of the superintendent and/or board of trustees based on further information brought forward by the chair and vice chair, with dates set by the chair and vice chair. Trustee Toon, would you like to, or is there any comments before we go on? Would you like to close? All righty, call the question. All in favor? Carried. All right, got that one done. Now we are on to E4, on to the 2024-2025 school calendar. Richard Feller, Associate Superintendent, Human and Learning, will present the proposed 2024-2025 school calendar to the Board of Trustees. Unfortunately, Richard is unwell today and unable to join us, so I'm going to turn it over to our superintendent, Mr. Seguin, to present it.
All right, thank you very much. It's been a few years, I guess, since I've been presenting the calendar. Sorry.
Sorry, I should actually do the motion
Yes.
first. Recommendation that the Board of Trustees approve the 2024-2025 school year calendar as presented or amended. Can I get someone to make trustee, I guess? All right, thank you, Mr. Seguin.
All right. So not a lot of changes from the draft that was presented to you about a year ago in February, I guess it was. But we always leave that second year, which is this 24-25 school calendar, in draft because there could be some changes to provincial achievement tests and diplomas. So you've seen this calendar before, but there were some minor changes with provincial achievement tests and diplomas, which Mr. Feller has updated and is before you today. But you can see for the 24-25 school year, follows a typical pattern that we've had for a number of years now, where teachers are back that last week of August. Many people will be happy that this year it works out that the students would start after the Labor Day weekend, and so they're set to start September 3rd. We've got in October a site-based divisional day on the Friday, the October 11th, and that's preceding the Thanksgiving weekend there. November sees a week off for students, and it's a packed full of learning week for staff. It worked out really well this year as well. We've got a combination of various types of professional development in there, inter-school collaboration where staff can choose who they collaborate with and what the topics are, followed by a divisional day on the 13th of November, and then a divisional PD day where we have targeted training that we want all of our staff in Livingstone Range School Division to take part in. So it could be SEVA training, it could be first aid, it could be other types of literacy or numeracy or other divisional initiatives there. And then the last day to close out that week on the 15th is a site-based day. And so staff, those will be planned at the school level. December follows next, and we've got the 2 full weeks booked in there. So the last day for staff and students on the 20th of December, and returning on January 6th. We have a second day, or a second semester, sorry, is January 29th. And I neglected to mention at the beginning of this is a base calendar for the school division that the board approves. And then once that is approved, schools, according to their local needs and to stay within the instructional and assignable time, can request additional days of the superintendent. That part is approved through administrative procedure. So this is a base calendar that's approved. Your question?
Yeah, sorry. Just for clarity, the one that was in our package, up in the top right where it's red, it says that it was approved February 2025, and this one's got January. I'm just wondering if that's the only change between these two.
Yes.
Okay.
So as I was preparing this, I caught that error, and that was, I don't know why it wasn't adjusted before as part of your package, but we put today's date on this one here. Yes. All right, so moving along into February then, the Family Day on the 17th, and the days in lieu for the teachers, for parent-teacher interviews, and with staff teachers attending the Teachers Convention on February 20th and 21st. March is next. There's an inter-school collaboration day on the 21st, on the Friday. And there's a late April spring break this year. And so that is starting, well, there's the Good Friday and the Easter Monday, and then the following week is a spring break. May 16th, that's typical around that time of the year for a site-based professional development day. Often it's used in the schools for the final revisions to any education plans and planning and getting things in order for the next school year. And then you can see in June, the last student day and the last diploma exam is scheduled for June 25th, and the last staff day as the 26th. So if you take a look over at the legend, 180 instructional days for students and 195 operational days for staff. And with that, I'll just ask if there's any questions.
Any questions? No? Okay, seeing none. All right, it's the recommendation that the Board of Trustees approve the 2024-2025 school year calendars as presented. All in favor? Carried. Thank you. All right, moving on to E5. Trustee timesheets adjustment, recommendation that the Board of Trustees approve the timesheet committee adjusting the December 2023 trustee timesheet. That motion is made by Trustee Poitras. Would you like to speak to it?
Yes, thank you. With the new committee, we amend any timesheets that need to be amended, and if something is brought to our attention after the fact, then we need to be able to amend it, which is the case for the December timesheet. So we just need to be able to make that amendment and then have it put online. So that's why we're making this recommendation.
Thank you. Any questions? Okay, seeing none. Recommendation that the Board of Trustees approve the timesheet committee adjusting the December 2023 trustee timesheets. All in favor? Carried. All right, moving on to E6, building our community economic development capacity. In the package was enclosed the brochure, which explained it all. I'm just looking for permission to go. So the recommendation that the Board of Trustees approve the board chair attending the community-wide capacity building on January 30th, 2024. That's moved by me. And so I just am seeking permission to go. It's a really good tool I can use when I'm having conversations with our partners when we're looking at building partnerships within the school district and having that understanding and knowledge to be able to have those conversations. Any questions? Trustee Poitras?
Can you speak to like the actual meeting and who all else will be in attendance and what they will be discussing?
I don't have an agenda of what's going to be there. It's just exactly what the brochure said. I don't know who's attending either because it was by invitation only, but it's invited trustees, local businesses, because it's looking for building capacity on the trades. And so with talks with our community, Mr. Chad Kuzik will also be in attendance there too. And so we've been having conversation with the chambers and trying to build our trades and other programs within our schools. And so I just think if I'm having those conversations, I need to understand and be able to speak to them as I'm representing the board. Trustee Poitras?
Sorry, it's local just to Fort Macleod then?
They've opened it up to partners outside of Fort Macleod too.
Okay.
So they've just opened it up through what is that one? What is Bev's? The
Southwest.
Southwest. And so it's like also not just Fort Macleod, but it's the Crozes Pass, it's Nanton, they've opened it up to whoever wanted to participate in it. So it's not just local, but it is local to our jurisdiction.
Yeah, just curious. At first I thought it was just local, so I was curious if both of this ward's trustees should be there.
Oh,
or
gotcha.
Since this is throughout the whole division, then you'll have the information for the entire division. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Trustee Toon?
So just for clarification, you're seeking this be paid by the board and not, this isn't coming out of personal PD?
Correct. Any other questions? Okay, seeing none. Call the question. So recommendation, the Board of Trustees approve the board chair to attend the community-wide capacity building on January 30th, 2024. All in favor? Passed. E7, Colony School Assignments. In LRSD, trustees connect with the school communities through attendance at school assemblies, parent council meetings, and Christmas concerts at least once a year. These events provide opportunities to connect with parents, staff, and students. This practice is also important for LRSD Colony schools so they feel supported and not forgotten, as has been indicated. Recommendation, keeping in line with the board practice of connecting with community schools at least once a year, the recommendation is the Board of Trustees assign trustees to colonies for a yearly school visit. This trustee is made by Trustee Charchin. Would you like to speak to it?
Thank you. As a previous teacher and principal, it was always important for the school to be able to have contact with trustees, with superintendents, senior admin, all of those. It's an opportunity for schools to show off student successes and programs. It's also, I think, I've heard my grade 6 teachers talk in different schools about the opportunity to talk to trustees about the election process and building that into their curricular content to some degree. So I think that that all applies to the colonies as well. We have 13 colonies, I think, if I'm correct on that. And as we have talked about as trustees, that it does not, we don't have to represent within our ward. So it would work out to about 2 visits per trustee. We also could tag on with the principals to reduce costs and travel with them, which I think has some merit as well in showing up as a team, but not necessary. So I would highly, given that we are in the community schools much more than once a year, but a minimum of once a year, that we go to the colonies once a year as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Trustee Poitras?
I just wanted to say that I support this motion. I really appreciate it. We have, since my time on the board, we've approached colonies school visits in many different ways, and they kind of came to a halt with COVID, and we visit them once every 4 years as an entire board together, which I do think is wonderful, but I definitely think this addresses a need that we have. So I appreciate you bringing this forward and would be in support of it.
Thank you. Trustee Long?
Trustee Church, and I'm going to throw a what into this? What's the word, the phrase? No. Well, yes, but a wrench, thank you. I'm going to throw a wrench into this. I think it's important because this is something that would be carried on in the future by future trustees, that perhaps we include something in there about the contact. So I'm going to make an amendment here, and maybe you'll consider it friendly. The recommendation is the Board of Trustees assign trustees to colonies for a yearly school visit. Trustees will be responsible for organizing the time and date of their visit.
Trustee Charchin, would you consider that a friendly amendment?
Okay, so just to clarify, that's in addition to the trustees be assigned, correct?
Yes, and the reason I say that is also to open it up for discussion about, because I think it should go in here, how we arrange these meetings. Do we do it, or does Nikki do it? And I think we're going to assign colonies. So I'm just throwing out there that individual trustees would be responsible for organizing their date of their visit.
So just to clarify, would that be once colonies have been assigned to trustees, so we know which colonies we're going to?
Yeah, we would assign these colonies after, if this is passed. But I think just to put that in there, or somebody might, I mean, maybe the amendment's defeated and somebody has a better idea. But I think we need to put in here who and how will the arrangements be made, so that future trustees are aware of the responsibility.
I definitely accept that as friendly. The intent is about representing colonies, so the more organization around that is welcome. Yes.
Okay, so now we're speaking to the friendly amendment. Trustee Poitras?
Yep, I would also, I'll make an amendment to the new motion, and I would just say, keeping in line with board practices of connecting with community schools at least once a year, the recommendation is that the Board of Trustees assign trustees to colonies for a 2-year period, just like we're assigned to our schools for 2 years. So that the Board of Trustees assign 2 colonies for a 2-year period. Yeah. And carry out yearly school visits, or however the wording is to make that flow a little better. That sounds fine though. So I would just I would make that amendment to the motion for clarity and moving forward.
Trustee Tarchin, a friendly amendment just adds to it.
Yes, yes.
Okay. Yes?
I hate to keep making amendments to this, but this is the third amendment. What I'm going to do
can't.
is,
Okay, point of order from trustee Toon was that you can only make 2 amendments before you vote, and then you have to vote on it.
I thought you could make 3.
Can we just pause for 1 minute, please?
You could make 3.
Yeah, point of order, you can only have 3 boxes, so you have the motion, you have the amended motion, and you have amendment to the amendment. Doesn't mean you can't amend the motion further, but you have to deal with those boxes before you can
No,
go
you could
back.
make 3 amendments, I thought. Yeah, I thought so. That's what,
Go ahead. Point of order has been called by trustee.
Point of order, we only have one box open. All of these have been considered friendly, so the only motion on the floor is this motion. There's no open boxes, there's nothing to vote on aside from the current amendment. Yours was considered and added, no, sorry, trustee Long's was considered and added friendly, that passes. Mine was considered friendly and added, and so the motion as it reads right there is the only motion on the floor, and there's no amendments to it to be voted on. Everything was considered friendly.
Trustee Toon?
Technically, we still have 2 boxes. So if you're saying that it was considered friendly, then you have the motion as a box and the amendment as a box.
There was no amendment.
We have to vote on the amendment. Just because it's considered friendly, adding the amendments doesn't mean we don't have to vote on the amendment.
Sorry, if an amendment is considered friendly, you don't vote on it.
Unless there is debate on it.
Is there debate on this?
Mr. Perry, can we just add some clarity here to our discussion, just so we make sure we're doing this correctly?
Yeah, so my understanding is that in order to consider it friendly, there has to be no opposition to it.
Yeah.
So it's not just the mover of the motion that can determine whether it's friendly or not. Others can also say if they have opposition, then you deal with it as though it's not friendly. But if it is friendly, then, and there's no opposition to it, it can be part of the motion.
The main motion.
The main motion.
And
you
don't have.
wouldn't vote on it.
Yeah. Okay. Trustee Toon?
The problem I have with it is that we've added to it so many times, and we still hadn't got back to dealing with the original amendment, because we had an amendment raised, and then we had another amendment raised, and then we had another amendment raised. So providing opportunity to talk to an amended motion, I think would be appropriate. Just say we have an amendment, can we vote on the amendment to add it, as opposed to continually adding on to it and then saying, my consideration is I might not want each individual piece I didn't have a problem with, but now when you add it to the sum of the parts, we should vote on it as an amendment. So I would request that we just vote on the amendment, and then we can start fresh with a motion that we're debating, because it gets a little convoluted when we're continually adding to these things. Because I had something, I was in the queue, and I had something that I wanted to amend the motion to, but I didn't want to bring more lack of clarity to the discussion.
Trustee Poitras?
So just a point of clarity then, because this would be out of process. The motion, as it sits right now, is considered friendly. I don't believe there's any opposition to it. So if we are voting on the friendly amendment, which was considered friendly, then could it be voted down? Is that what you're saying? Or you just want to have discussion around the friendly amended motion before we make any amendments to it? Is that what you're saying? You just want to have discussion around it, or are you asking for a vote because you don't consider it friendly?
We had 3 consecutive people add to something, and you continually asked if the mover found that friendly. I get that, I understand that. But now we still haven't addressed the original amendment, because that we were asking the amender if it was friendly, not if the mover thought it was friendly. That's where I
No, I
find
asked Trustee Tarchin if she considered that friendly. Yeah, so after I did that, I asked if anybody has any questions or comments, and then nobody said anything, and trustee Poitras jumped in the queue and just amended it again. So yes, I get where you're coming from for that amendment, but there was no point of order or anything that was raised at that time saying that I don't like the First Amendment. So then we could have jumped back to that and had a discussion then. So I totally get where you're coming from, and just being able to have the ability to pause for a second after the First Amendment. If there's any opposition, then it's a voted on amendment. But unless it's not considered friendly, then we shouldn't be voting on it. So just for a pause right now, friendly amendment. So the keeping in line with the board practice of connecting with community schools at least once a year, the recommendation is the Board of Trustees. What was the First Amendment? Assign trustees. So Trustee Long has made that First Amendment. Assign trustees will be responsible for organizing the time and date of their visit. That was the First Amendment made to Trustee Charchin's main motion, and it was considered friendly by Trustee Charchin. Was there any opposition to that? Okay, so that's considered a friendly amendment. Then Trustee Poitras added into that main motion 2 colonies for a 2-year period. Trustee Charchin said that was a friendly amendment, and that's the one we're talking about right now. So is there any opposition to that?
Point of order, that one was already approved. So when it sits there in red, that gives the impression that it hasn't been approved. And so that's why I was asking about when we have things switch over, like there shouldn't be anything there. And my understanding is there shouldn't be anything there in red at this point.
But that's what we're discussing right now is Trustee Poitras' amendment. Sorry,
My understanding is we moved past that. There wasn't any opposition expressed to that. And then Trustee Yegas bringing up something else. And that's where the confusion was, that it wasn't brought forward, that it wasn't presented as. Now we have a motion that is on the floor, an amended motion that is on the floor. So that's where it was talking about making an amendment to the amendment to amendment. If you're saying that was all approved, there is no amending in the amendment. It's already approved. We have the motion there. So that's why I struggled with it, the confusion that what was approved and what hadn't been approved, because we continued to add to it.
Okay, so we have an amended motion on the floor right now that reads, keeping in line with board practices of connecting with community schools at least once a year, the recommendation is the board trustees assign colonies for a 2-year period for a yearly school visit. Assigned trustees will be responsible for organizing the time and date of their visit. That's the motion on the floor right now. Yeah. And then Trustee Yegas, you had your hand up.
On. There we go. I wanted to make an amendment to this to say that this be added to the policy. So along with our attendance at school council, we also have attendance at the colonies so that it's there for the for future reference, that we go to the colonies once a year, whatever. What the motion says. That's all my amendment says. So that just add on there that my amendment would be an added to policy.
Okay. Trustee Long?
I just wonder if it might be better if that was a recommendation at the board meeting next month. Rather than putting that in here as an amendment, make a recommendation, a motion next month that this be added to policy.
Are we doing the recommendation, or do you have a clarifying?
Point of information.
Okay.
At what point does the policy committee take something like this and develop a policy around it that is then presented at the meeting of the whole to go over at a regular board meeting? Because a lot of these things that are listed in here are all things that could be developed with the policy committee and then presented for amendment instead of going on and on and on about all these little bits and pieces that could be added.
Okay, Trustee Yegas?
I don't know, did Trustee Toon have his hand up? Well, it doesn't matter. I don't know if he had his hand up before me or not, but I'll just, I'm just asking, and I could make another motion after this is passed or not, but I think this should be added to policy so that we are aware of this in the future and it's not left out, because now there's nothing about visiting colony schools in policy.
I agree. So I'm going to say, trustee, I guess that this waits till after the motion is approved or not, and then you can always direct policy.
I could definitely do that.
Thank you. We got trustee, I don't know who had their hand up first, trustee Toon or Poitras? Okay, okay.
Yeah,
Is yours about it too, Brad? Oh, okay.
sorry, I just wanted to say, like trustee Gimber, my understanding is that it's the policy committee's job to look at our meeting minutes, and if there's something that has changed that needs to be made into policy or placed into policy, then it's the policies committee's job to make that recommendation. That was my understanding. Otherwise, yeah, I might need to start making more motions that are directing policy to do things, because there's a lot of these things that aren't being directed to go to policy, but maybe should be. So maybe we need to get clarity on that at some point. So I'll just leave it there.
Okay, we got trustee Toon and then trustee Yeagas.
Yeah, I agree with what trustee Poitras just said. I appreciate trustee Churchin bringing this forward. I think this is a really important thing for us to help support the colonies. The one thing that I would like to add, I'm afraid I don't want to add it a little bit as it was stated, but I feel that the recommendations would say that keeping in line with board practices of connecting with community schools at least once a year on when board visits are not occurring. I think that when we all attend the colony as a board, that this can help fill in those gaps as we talked about, making sure that they're being assigned. But I don't really feel that there's added value to the entire board visiting a colony, spending time there, seeing the students, seeing the staff, and then myself scheduling another one that could be pretty close in time, that it's not bringing added value to the colony or to the board of financially spending those resources. So I think that making sure we're attending, still assigning the 2 years, still doing everything we talked about, that if we do this on years that we don't, so as trustee Churchin said, we don't go 4 years without seeing a colony, that we make sure every colony gets visited either by the entire board or by an individual trustee every year.
All right, trustee Churchin, there's been an amendment to it. Would you consider that friendly?
I don't think so, because we have board visits to community schools every 4 years, as well as those multiple representations every year. So I want equity. I would like to see equity for the colonies. So I would not accept that as friendly. I think it changes the intent.
All right, so now we're just speaking to the amendment, which is when board visits are not scheduled. So trustee Toon, did you want to speak to that any further?
No, I just appreciate the consideration. I think it's our colony schools are unique and different, and I think that's great, but how we engage with them is different as well. Just showing up and touring and being at a class without assigned duties like we do with our community schools where there's school council, I think that's different. So I think we only have limited resources, limited budget, that I appreciate finding unique ways to engage with them, but I love our whole board meetings. I think we get a lot of value out of those, and this helps support our colonies in between those visits, ensuring that they still see us. And so I wouldn't support going full out with just individual trustees.
Thank you. The floor is now open for questions or comments just around the amendment. Trustee Yeagas?
I agree with trustee, can't you say her name now? that we go to our regular schools, we're assigned to our regular schools. I like to look at our colonies as being part of our schools. And I have a few, in the past, we haven't really put it in. We visit them maybe every 4 years or whatever our schedules are. I think we should be able to put those colonies as saying that they are part of our regular schools. When we visit them, we're not doing the tour of them or anything else. We could talk to the teacher and go there and do whatever we, just to let the students know and let the teachers know and let the colony know, because they definitely will be in contact, that we're interested in it as trustees. And keep in mind, I'm pretty sure the colonies have the right to vote in the board. So they're part of our stakeholders. And I have a feeling in the past, as was mentioned, that we don't really pay that much attention to them, except maybe every 4 years we visit.
Thank you, Trustee Yeages. Trustee Gimber?
Point of order. I don't believe my point of information has been addressed. I'm looking for at what point does the policy committee take this over and run with it? Like assigning the trustees. Are we going to sit here today and assign the trustees to each of the colonies? So I'd like somebody to tell me at what point does the policy committee take over and actually create this policy?
I addressed Trustee Yeages when I said, I think we'll wait to see if this passes, and then she was going to bring forth a motion for policy at that point. 'Cause I don't want to create something that, and yes, we can assign today if we need to.
Could I just address that point of information? They're not creating a policy, they're just adding on.
Okay, yeah. Go ahead. No, if you need more clarity, please ask. Okay. I just wanted to make sure you got kind of where you needed to go. Okay. Any other questions or comments? All right, so we are just talking about when the board visits are not scheduled. Trustee Toon, did you want to close on your amendment? All right, I'm going to call the question. All in favor? Defeated. Now we're back to the main motion. Keeping in line with board practices of connecting with community schools at least once a year, the recommendation is that the Board of Trustees assign trustees to colony schools for a 2-year period for a yearly school visit. Assigned trustees will be responsible for organizing the time and date of their visit. And we're just speaking to that motion right now. Any other questions or comments around that? I'll just give everybody a minute to think about it. All right, Trustee Charchin, would you like to close?
No, I think I've said everything that I'm clearly passionate about.
Thank you. I'm going to call the question. All in favor? Carried.
I'd like to make a motion that the policy committee put into policy, I can't remember which policy exactly, it might be board operations or it might be at one of the roles of the trustee, that they just put into policy that regarding the colony visits, where we go on school councils, that they also put in there that we do colony visits. And I'll leave it up to the policy committee to write that whatever way they want to. That's all they're doing is adding colony visits.
Thank you, Trustee Yeages. We now have a motion on the floor that the policy committee put into policy regarding colony visits. Is there any questions or comments? Trustee Toon?
Just to reiterate what Trustee Poitras said earlier, I think this is redundant. We have a lot of things happening in our meetings, and if we have to make a motion after every single motion to put this into policy or for committees to work on stuff, the committees have that in their terms of reference to reflect on those things. Look for it and bring it forward. If the board doesn't support it, the board doesn't support it. But I think it's really easy to come up with a lot of these things without assigning homework constantly. You think about everything we've already passed, like we could have passed 2 or 3 motions talking about committee work. That's really challenging. I get some of the bigger things that we might not want long-term, but there wasn't anything anybody said in recently that this was only for the next 6 months, 1 year, 2 years.
Trustee Charchin and then Trustee Yeages.
I turned it off. Trustee Yagos made the comment a few minutes ago about Livingston Range schools. I added the Livingston Range. There are schools. The main intent around all of this, from my opinion, is about representing all schools equally. So I feel really strongly that, and maybe the policies change to schools instead of colony schools or community schools, but that if we are going to have that in policy for our community schools, it should be in policy for our colony schools as well. They are all our students, all our schools.
Thank you, Trustee Yegus.
The name of the policy is the Policy Review Committee, and we have, in the past, we tell the policy review or the policy committee what we would like them to add if it's a special thing, and this is what it is. If it's not put in policy, then we have a tendency not to, in the future. I think it's important to put this into policy so that it's there. But this is what the purpose of this is, of the policy committee is, not only to make new policies, but to add on things in terms of the review.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? I'll just throw my 2 bits in. I do think it's important to have this in here because this is something new for this board and potentially for other boards when you have a new trustee looking at our policies, and we've added in colony visits to that. And under our list of duties, we have school visits, school councils, and everything listed out, and we have nothing listed for colonies. I think it's important that it be captured in policy where it best reflects. And we have in the past assigned policy to do certain things, because if we don't, sometimes policy doesn't know they need to do it. So I'm for this motion. I think it's good to just keep track, and it gives you a timeline of when it happened. And so I'm in favor of this motion for that reason. All right, so I'm going to call the question, unless trustee, who made that motion? Trustee Yegus, did you want to close on anything?
No, I think I've said everything.
Okay. Call the question. All in favor? Passed. All right. Now we're moving on to our discussion items. So we'll do career practitioners. Chad Kuzik, Associate Superintendent Curriculum and Innovations, will provide an update on the career practitioners program in the Livingston Range School Division. Thank you, Chad.
Okay, here we go. Big thank you for having this on the agenda. We got lots going on, and the purpose is to kind of give you an update what we've done, what we're doing, and where we're going. So it's related to our goals, stuff that's in the AER, and some of our plans. So if you go to the first slide there, this is our team. This is Letty Krosky and Christy Bazell, and they operate. Letty's out of Clarendon, Lumber, Crozens Pass, and our virtual school. And Christy is Fort McLeod, Pincher Creek, Nanton, and our outreach schools. So we cover and support all of our students as best we can for 10 to 12. It does go down to 7 to 12. We do some work in those areas, not as much in the elementaries at this time. So those are the high schools mostly that are working out of those communities. So next slide. So basically our goals is and always have been to make sure LRC families are aware of the services our practitioners provide to our students and our parents. And so since COVID, we've been very, very adamant to try to work with our students in their completion of grade 12 graduation requirements. And it's somewhat evident, and you look at our dropout rates and those things, as we continue to see a strategy that we believe is working, and we'll continue to do that. So they meet with all the grade 12 students anyways, and 11, but that's some of the conversation, looking at their DAR and seeing where they're at beyond just where their careers are going for high school completion, as was mentioned. Our focus is working on successful transition to post-secondary programs in everything we do, whether it be college, university, or apprenticeships. And again, looking at AER, we're seeing some improvements in these areas, and we'll continue to try to focus on what the student needs and where they're going and what's the best way of getting the information to our kids, to be honest with you. So that's something we'll continue to work on and measure as we go. Next one is every student has a meaningful transition plan as they leave our school. The goal for us, and I don't have the exact numbers of how we exactly did, but we're up there in high percentage as far as every student has a plan, at least discussed a plan, and everyone that we can meet with. And there's varying reasons sometimes where they're unable to, but we're striving to meet with every single kid, and whatever that plan is, we've worked with them on that. So that's every student every day, right? And that's what we continue to focus on. And then every student is aware of opportunities to explore careers in post-secondary education. Lots of time and effort to try to provide the information to our students. We're still continue to work and look for better ways to do that. But it's something we know of. They're aware of the opportunities that we can start to find pathways for the students. So next slide. So basically, again, our goal of families are aware of our services last year. And we're looking at this year potentially as well too. We hosted 6 evening online sessions for parents with over 70 registration in the beginning. There was different people that come in. So it was entitled Just One More Thing. And yeah, that was a strategy we used last year, and we with 70%, that's good, but it's tough to do that many evening times and only have a handful of people come. So reevaluating that a bit, it's still going to be something we look at as a strategy to get the parents involved and informed. And the parents that did come and the guests that were there were fantastic, and I learned stuff for my daughters as well, which was very beneficial. So we piloted information. Oh, I got a question. Yes.
Sorry, Chad, were those sessions recorded and made available after, or?
I have to double check. It's a good question. I can't remember, Lacey. And I'll check with Letty. I do know we sent it out with School Messenger. We sent it out a variety of different ways, and people are busy in the evening. I totally get that. And we used to, I know we have in the past, we did record some. I'd have to double check on that. I'm not sure. I can't recall.
Thank you.
But I would, if they are, I'd recommend going looking at them. They're really good, especially the STEM stuff. So I'll digress. I can talk about that. That's very exciting stuff. So we piloted information booths during parent-teacher conferences, and we'll still continue to look at that. So that means that we had a career practitioner at the schools that were having the parent-teacher conference, much like we're trying to do for international, be able to at least have access and face-to-face meetings with people that are there. Again, that's another strategy we'll continue looking at. Newsletters sent to high school students, parents, that's continuing on, all the things that are going on. Anything that we have to share, we're trying to leverage our website as well of all the exciting things going on and placing it on there as much as we possibly can to get the word out of all the cool things we're doing in the Livingstone Range. So going forward, host 1 or 2 smaller in-person events for the parents each year. It's tough for our staff to offer a whole bunch of these things, be everything to everyone. So we're really looking at strategic ways to really get more for doing that one particular event. Looking at feedback engagement from parents, and I think the new survey that's going to go out, there's specific pieces for off-campus and career practitioners, which we're really excited to get some of that feedback for exactly of those things that they see. Like we can take our assurance surveys and use those, and that's excellent, but that's not all the parents, that's not all the students. And so this will give us an opportunity to reevaluate, look at some different strategies that might work. Like we said, we're still going to participate in parent-teacher conferences as requested, and often the principal in the high school would like them there, because sometimes in those meetings with the teacher, principal is like, oh, you're talking about such and such, why don't you go talk to Letty that's outside, or Christy that's outside, and to be able to help you right there, right? So you want to get access to the parents on some of the questions they may have, especially with scholarships and applying to university and college and RAP, and there's lots of things. If we can get access to parents, we can help them. So next slide. So students complete grade 12 graduations. Again, just students are invited to book appointments before the end of the semester, try to meet with all students, try to incorporate that in there to have the DAR to be able to say, this is where you're at. Did you know you were there? Did you know you're missing comm? Those sorts of things. These aren't academic advisors, but they're just ways of tracking the students and supporting them as they're going through the pathways. Just a human to be able to help them. So we're maintaining a list of students that meet with and asking staff to support to connect with each student. So we ongoing list of the students we've met, again, back to every student every day. We want to meet with every student to try to create every student to have a plan. So orientations, we've had those for our students, just, as they go into grade 9 and 10, to be able to have those, depending on the school, do an orientation meeting and an event with our career practitioners to let them know we're available for you. This is the things we can do as you're going through, and then continue connecting with them grade 11 and 12. But understanding all the things the career practitioners can do is powerful. And the students will forget, and that's why we continue to remind them and work with our parents to make sure they know too. Credential checks and tracking, again, if you're going to, you want to be a vet, and these are the universities you're going to, these are the pieces that you need to be aware of, and some of the stuff you're going to need for marks and all those pieces and the credentials that are required. Promotion of opportunities, there it is. So dual credit, work experience, green certificates. We work hand in hand with the off-campus coordinators as well, and careers, next gen, trying to, we have meetings together, trying to make sure we have synergy in there at those groups, and we all know what each other's doing, including dual credit. And so it gives us an opportunity to let parents and kids know what's going on with certain things and what's beyond there, especially when we're talking about things that might not be aware of, work experience or green certificates and things of that nature. So these are all things we'll continue to do. We've seen success in this, and believe that I believe it'll work well with students in finding their pathways. Next slide, Nikki. Yeah. This one is that successful transition post-secondary programs. The scholarship opportunities, I know this was amazing for, again, bringing my own personal work with my daughters, trying to find these pieces. And I don't know of all the scholarships as a parents that are out there. I don't even know that as an educator, and working with our career practitioners, it was fantastic to see all the scholarships that are available for students, and having on a list that you could easily access and see what you could apply for or not with those meetings. Again, working with the parents to be able to support them. And most of the times I know they actually take the child and they apply for some of these things right there. Right. And so that makes it, and you'll see at the last slide, we were successful in doing that. The open house has been great, and exploratory opportunities. You can see some of the pictures are from that open house, bringing in the universities and colleges and trades programs to be able to say, this is what's available to you, and have time for the students to go and explore on their own. And those discovery days and health sciences each fall, they have those pieces. But we know we have an event, the career event, going to be taking place here in Fort Macleod. We attend EPIC, and it sounds like when the Crozes pass, there's ones being planned as well. This piece is starting to grow, and employers and academic institutions are coming to the table to meet the students where they're at their schools, instead of always us having to go there. In our communities, they're promoting a lot of this, so very excited about all of that stuff. That is, again, a growth factor for our program. And there's exploratory events, host regular post-secondary education fairs, and provide students with current information and planning guides to. There's pieces that once they leave Letty and Chrissy's office, they can have these guides that can allow them to continue on and be successful. And as you can see, the start of this, they said, Letty and Chrissy said, "We love what we do." You can see that smile on Letty's face in the bottom left, that they both really, really much do, especially when the students are successful to find a pathway and where they're going. So if we click next one. These are some of the grads. I didn't put students' names here. I don't want to, I'm not going to make sure I have permission to, but we heard, hopefully everybody heard about the CCHS grad got a $100,000 Schulich Award. That's a big one. And obviously that's not something we get every year, but we have received it before. But an awesome opportunity for students to have their education, not necessarily all paid for, but I hope, well, there's a big chunk there. So we had you can just see all the high schools have something going on, which is some of these scholarships, these bigger scholarships, $1,000, $5,000, $1,000, $5,000 again, and then the Rutherford, as we know, the 2,500, and some of the merit awards at U of L of 800. So all of these were given out last year in some way or another, just again allowing students to have support in their pathways is a part of what our group does. So I think that is all I have for career practitioners. More to come. Oh, there's some more here. Every student exists with a meaningful transition plan. Yeah, again, tracking students throughout the high school contributes to transition after graduation. It's hard to track this, and we're looking for ways to do that. Like once they leave, especially Alberta, we have no idea where they've gone in whatever post-secondary or any situation they have. So we're looking for better ways to track, but we continue to do that with meetings or when we can reconnect with students where we're successful and have our own list, so we don't have to rely on Alberta education and stuff like that. The transition plan, again, streamlining that process, making sure it's easiest on the students as if they want somewhere to go, we can, like I said, actually apply for them and work with them, not apply for them, apply with them at the school. And the principals have been great giving us that time to work with those students during whatever time's available during the school day to do that. And then those sessions of grade 9 health and grade 9 comm, they've been invited in to be able to say, hey, we're here. These are pieces. I know from the last time I did this presentation or 2 times ago, we asked about resume writing and we looked at who's doing that. And it was like, well, that's actually the comm teacher's responsibility. So I go, okay, that's great. But when you're writing resumes, our career practitioners are doing as well too, right? They were working with the students to help them if they had a resume or something they needed to do. They would actually sit down and help them. So they're getting access to this class, say, hey, we can help you with this and work together to make sure the students and interviewing skills, all those things. So yeah, just again, we talked about going forward to track those students' meetings in progress and meet with students early. And that's a big part of one of the strategies this year we came up with and looking at is that meeting with them earlier is best. The farther down the road, especially at grade 12s, they get uber busy, right? They get super, super busy. And so we want to make, and they might already have their decisions made by Christmas, right? So, and all that piece. So meeting with our grade 11s and 12s early in the semester is key. And we'll try to do that. So next slide. So grade 5, our goal 5, every student's aware of exploration too. Again, we keep parents informed through websites, social media, and school messenger. And that's a piece that we'll keep going and looking for different ways as best we can. And then the school-based website that's shared calendar, and those pieces say this is the things that are going on, such like Epic and all those things. Making sure that piece, just like we just did the calendar, it's good to have those on those school calendars so everybody knows what's going on. And those post-secondary fairs, all grades invited to participate. So we try to get the 10, 11, and 12s there, even grade 9s. I know when we did the peaks dual credit piece, we brought like 7, 8, 9s. As well to be able to look at mostly grade 9s, but looking at ways that we can support the students so they're aware of that. So, and then in-house pieces that we talked about, the volunteer and summer permanent job fairs, for example. So, and one more, and that's it. I was 2 slides I jumped the gun for sure, but that's our career practitioners in our program.
Thank you, Chad. Is there any questions for Chad? I have one question, I guess, or more of a comment maybe. I see all the hard work that's going into this and trying to engage parents and get them to know what's out there. So it's frustrating when you still hear, I have no idea what's going on. And so I appreciate the fact that you're trying to find ways to reach the parents and get them the knowledge that they need to help their kids and everything like that. So I feel like the ball's rolling in the right direction. It's just, I don't know, I feel like you're doing almost everything you probably can do to reach out. I guess it's just the onus a little bit on them, maybe just remembering of what's happening and checking those emails and listening to their kids. I don't know, but I really appreciate the hard work that's going into making parents aware of what's happening in our schools for even the scholarships and just what's happening with everything. So thanks.
I'd like to comment a little bit. I thank you for that. I appreciate that immensely because it is a lot of work and we're working. But this new survey that's going to go out, I think we're going to see what the actual data is. How many parents actually don't know right? We sometimes hear, and we're unsure if it's everybody, and we hear lots of comments. So does that mean everybody doesn't know? So when that survey comes back, we'll have a better idea. And if we haven't been successful, then we're going to look at other things. We're going to continue on until we are successful in different strategies, and look at what others are doing, and having, more networking with other Zone 6, for example, and those pieces. How are you reaching out to your parents? How are you communicating better with specifically career practitioner pieces? Is it a timely thing? There's lots of things we've been thinking of. So I guess the step now, we're going to get different data. We've had data in the past, but I think this data will demonstrate to us what the parents are and where they're going to be at, and then we'll go from there. So, and then if it's truly we're not getting the message out, we'll look at other opportunities to do so. So, thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Churchin?
Letty might kill me for this. I live next door to Letty, and I see the weird hours that she keeps in the after-school stuff, and I think she's in Ottawa right now with students. Lots of weekends in universities, so I get that it's not a 9 to 3 job for them. But I just wanted to remind you, Chad, because you know this, when I was a numeracy lead and I was doing parent-teacher interviews with my show on the road, you've already got parents there, and they're there for another reason, but it was a great time to grab and advertise and share so that it's not another night out that parents are having trouble fitting into their schedule. So I appreciate you said that you were working on that, and that's why I say Letty will kill me, because it's another night out, but I think it's, given my experience, good bang for your buck.
Thank you, Trustee Churchin. And I am stealing the same strategy we used to do back then. I believe in that face-to-face too, when you meet somebody and say, hey, and then actually come here, I have the stuff right here. Even if it's that one person you helped, you've skipped all these other, steps they had to do to get to you. So we believe in that too. But yeah, we're reevaluating when and where we go. And Letty is in Ottawa, but not with students. It's there's some other things going on as far as the career practitioner piece. Yeah, but she's yeah, we're very proud. We're very proud for sure. So thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments, questions? All right, thanks so much, Chad.
You're welcome.
I need to apologize to the board too. I did miss F8 for professional learning. So after our presentation from Lisa, we will jump back to that. So my apologies. So we'll now have our presentation from Lisa Furukawa. She is Director of Learning Support Services and will present to the board on the inclusive education throughout the division. Welcome, Lisa.
Hello, everyone, and thank you. I always love this one day that I get to come and talk to you and share some of the amazing things that are happening in learning services. This year, I know that you had requested that I also share with you some of our challenges, so you will see some of those throughout the presentation as well. So in learning services, we always think that our compass is our vision, which is every student, every day. As Chad mentioned, as we all talk in our departments, that is the reason we're here. We're here for students and for student success. And we really appreciate and really follow along with the mission, the vision, and the core values. And the core values are what you see our actions are throughout our school division. Within the portfolio, and I'll always say our portfolio because we are a team, we're a collaborative, it's not me, no one person can do this alone. We are working on collaborative response, and you'll see that this has been here for 3-4 years because we truly believe if you're going to do something and do something well, you need to keep going deeper and deeper and deeper and leveraging all the capacities within the staff as well as the expertise. We have inclusive planning and behavior support. We do contract out some of our behavior support, and that's funded through grants. Support services for students, Southwest Collaborative Support Services. We have been part of the collaborative for a number of years, as well as we have divisional supports. We're also part of a complex case team, which is community supports, and Jordan's principal has been a significant part of providing supports for our students this year. English as an additional language, inspiring leadership, professional learning, teacher evaluations, and early learning. So as the Division Learning Services Collaborative, we really model what we're working with schools. So we meet every 2 weeks. We provide case consults to schools. We provide case consults around student need. We also model the collaborative response that whenever a key issue or student concern comes forward, we leverage everyone within that room. And that's our clinical team lead, our inclusion coach, our division colony principal, as well as assistant principals. And then from there, we will assign a point person who will go support the school, the student, and the families. And then they will come back and they'll report what they have done. And then as necessary, we'll have another collaborative response. And following this framework and model really ensures that we are acting on what we say we're doing. We're reporting back of what's been happening, and we're able to support the schools and really understand what the needs are out there. We also provide ongoing coaching. So myself, our inclusion coach, and our colony principal, we have divided the schools in 3, and this is our 2nd year working alongside schools. We attend approximately 80% of their collaborative team meetings to provide their school with support and to see what the needs are within the schools as well. I love how Nikki looks over at my computer and she can see where I am. She's fantastic. I don't know if all of you know, I started my career with Nikki and she was my admin assistant and we shared an office together. So we know each other quite well and I certainly appreciate everything Nikki does for us. Yeah, she's the unsung hero that I think we need to sing about today. So thank you, Nikki. Yeah. So collaborative response, and there's many layers of collaborative response, and Trustee Charchin knows this well, as she used to work alongside Jigsaw and support our school division. So the focus that we have with our Division Learning Services is collaborative team meetings, and that is the piece that really supports schools to dive into what is their teaching practice, to engage, improve their teaching practice to meet the needs of our students. So what they're doing is they're looking at their data, their literacy data, their numeracy data, which now, because of our division, we have similar data across the entire school division, and looking at the themes that are coming out. And then we're having a brainstorm to leverage the ideas of what can we now do to support a group of students. And refining a continuum of supports will be our work for probably the next 2 to 3 years. We're really diving in deep into the continuum of supports to ensure that our schools have continuum of supports, that they feel they're knowledgeable about them. And one of the pieces of this within, I think it was our MRA or our assurance framework, some of the teachers said they weren't confident about how robust the continuum of supports were, or they might not have had enough knowledge. So we're ensuring that we're working on this with our teachers. So here's our continuum of supports again. I've worked with Chad, with his numeracy, with his literacy group to develop continuum of supports. This year, our inspiring leadership, which was mainly learning support teachers, assistant principals, and aspiring teachers, we dove deep into the Alberta education document that came out. We looked at what are the key components, and then we broke into groups, and we're starting to develop the look-fors so that administrators, when they're going into classrooms, know what the look-fors are to ensure that the continuum of supports is there to support all students at all levels of need. So when you think about a continuum of supports, it's kind of a big word, but what they're talking about is that the universal is what all of our students need to be successful. These are the core things that we expect to be in every single classroom. So we want to ensure every single school, classroom, teacher, parent understands what those cores are. And then from there, we layer on top of that what we call targeted supports. These are also provided in the classroom. They're provided by teachers. They're provided for students who require that additional of the universal support. So it's not in place of, it's layered on top of. And then when you move to individualized school supports, once again, layered on top of each of these pieces, that's ensuring that students who have more individualized, they probably have ISPs, they might have other service providers providing them with support. And at that top tier is our individualized intensive supports. And from there, we may have community partners with us. We may have mental health, family support for children with disabilities. We may have caseworkers through Children and Family Services also helping support. I know sometimes when I come and I talk about learning services, sometimes people think that we're really only talking about those top tiers, but we're talking about every single child within the school division, because as you see, a continuum of supports, the biggest bulk is the foundation or the universal. So this is a graph outlining some of our reporting to Alberta Education. So I wanted people to understand what we need to report. So the bottom part is what Alberta Education determines as mild to moderate disabilities, and then the dark blue is what they would consider severe disabilities. So those are the kids that are at kind of that top tier from the other piece that I mentioned. All the children in the blue would probably be at either that universal or universal targeted. So that's really thinking it's a bulk of our students. So these are the number of students who are, have learning disabilities. The second one is language delays. And I know I've talked to you before about how important language and vocabulary is for literacy success. Vision and hearing, as well as medical. And one thing we've observed over the last few years, the medical needs of our students have become far more complex, and so far more need within our classrooms. Multiple disability, that could be something such as if you have two medical disabilities that are not typically related. For example, if you have a language disability and you also have a communication, they're related, so they wouldn't be in there. They're basically unrelated. Emotional behavioral, we are starting to see an increase in the number of students who have emotional behavioral needs. However, these here are just representing the ones that meet the criteria for Alberta Education, or they have a diagnosis to support it. This document here really represents our students. So that top green bar is all the students in Livingstone Range School Division. The yellow bar represents all of the support plans that we have in place, whether they're targeted or individualized. They could be ISPs, they could be success in school plans, medical support plans, accommodation plans, English as additional language benchmarks. So you see that's a very large number of support plans that our students are requiring and accessing. So our teachers are doing a lot of great work to support the students in LRSD. This next bar graph, and you'll probably notice I used the word English as an additional language. Alberta Education, about a year or so ago, has shifted to that language, just honoring that most of our children are coming to us with at least one or possibly more additional languages that they already know. And if you're curious why I highlighted the English as additional language newcomers to Canada, I wanted to outline that our communities are shifting. We are having people who are moving in. We are having people who are accessing newcomer supports from government as well as from our school system. So to be responsive of the change, as you see, it's significant. It's probably about 30 students. I have the numbers in the background. We did add an additional EAL teacher within the Claresholm area to support teachers and to support families, both academically and to develop those relationships with immigration services and the newcomers in Claresholm. Yes.
Sorry, Lisa, just before you go on, in that last slide, when you're looking at students that are EAL, when are they no longer considered EAL, or will that follow them all the way through to grade 12?
So there is a benchmarking system that Alberta Education has created. So it looks at their communication skills, their academic English. So it's a benchmarking system. So teachers complete the benchmark a minimum of 2 times per year. When they no longer require support within any of the areas, then they no longer have that code. So they could come as an EL student for 1 year, and if they no longer require those additional supports, we remove the code. We are funded for a maximum of 5 years. Students who require support beyond that, we leave the code there to demonstrate that we're still providing that support and service even though we are not funded. So you will see a difference between what Jeff says in his FES for what we're funded for versus those students that we are providing support for. So you don't have to clicky kind of through. So to provide support for our learning support teachers, our classroom teachers, part of what we do is we have learning support teachers throughout the year. Part of that is professional learning, as well as they are our voices because they are our assistant principals. So they bring forward to us, what are the needs of your school? What are the professional learning needs of your staff? So these are some of the professional learning opportunities that we have provided throughout this school year. Understanding autism spectrum disorder, in November we had 40 educational assistants, FSLs, and teachers attend that session. Supporting, oh, that's a very faint one, collaborative problem solving. Kent Hollingsworth works with us, and this is a relationship-based approach, really understanding behavior as lagging skill or need. Last year, our learning support teachers, assistant principals, and family school liaison counselors completed level 1 and level 2, and we're all currently completing level 3. This year, we are offering level 1 to all of our educational assistants and teachers who would like to attend. So in November, we had 59 staff attend the level 1, and level 2 is being offered in March. Supporting behavior, oh, I skipped one. Supporting individuals through valued attachments. Last year, our LSTs and our FSLs, we realized that we had behavior supports and plans in place, which we were being proactive to support students, but we weren't diving in deep enough to really understand what were the reasons for these behaviors. So within the new supporting behavior through positive interaction plans that we have a goal here. We're targeting lagging skill or we're targeting unmet needs. So that's really at the forefront of understanding behavior needs within our schools. Did I skip one? SIVA, I did. Okay, supporting individuals through valued attachments. You'll often hear that called SIVA, and that is also a proactive approach to supporting students with significant behavior needs. Our goal is to have all of our staff certified, so we offer this on a yearly basis, and the certification is for 2 years. Last year, we provided 126 certificates. This year, 85. So this is a rotation that we continue to provide service for. Any more on this one? Oh, and continuous supports and services, which I did share around that piece already. So more professional learning that Division Learning Services is offering. We're offering American Sign Language, and that's through our LIST grant. We're also offering Talking Brain Social Skills. Our SLP and our OT is offering this at the high school, and it's a social skills curriculum that they are providing. And I'll talk a little more later. Our high schools are really accessing speech and language supports and our occupational therapists in the last year. We had Immigration Services come and provide supporting newcomers so that all of our schools were aware of what services are out there that we can be connecting our families with. Can you hear me? This is so our schools really understand the academic and social impact of hearing on students and the importance of something as small as when you're providing a video that you turn the closed caption on. Using technology supports communication. This also was provided through our LIST grant. So as you see me highlighting lots of grants, that'll be one of our challenges later. Creating wildly important goals. This was initiated by our superintendent, Daryl. Myself and our inclusion coach have been working on creating wildly important goals throughout our schools, providing presentations. And any of the presentations that we provide to our assistant principals, we want them to take them and then support their schools with the development. Supports and services. We talked briefly about Southwest, our LRSD speech language pathologist, and our behavior support. If you're wondering, why do we have all these supports in schools? These are the number of our students who are accessing these supports. So our speech language pathologist, we have 2.2 FTE to support almost 300 students. Our occupational therapist, we increased this year to a 1.0, and you see there's 100 and some students on his caseload. Our physiotherapist, that's more specialized, so it's 0.4. Vision and hearing is very specific to the number of students. Wellness Companion is a new service this year that we, once again, list another grant. And the Wellness Companion provides support to families and to schools and to students to access medical supports, to access transitioning into adulthood, FSCD, and they are highly valued, and yes, there is a wait list. Yes.
Sorry, so for that position, is that someone who works then at central office and works with people throughout the entire division, or is it a specific?
So we have two mental health grants. One mental health grant we have is just Livingstone Range. This mental health grant is in collaboration with Southwest and other school divisions. So those wellness companions, there's 3 of them, work amongst 5 school divisions. And we access one pretty close to full-time, so we're definitely accessing our share or more. In the past, I've heard people say, well, we don't have enough service. There's not enough SLP service. So we did increase our services, and these are some of the things that we're hearing administrators say. I feel much more confident in the program we're creating for this little one thanks to Southwest Guidance. We are so lucky to have them. This is an elementary principal, and I just want to share a little story about this person. This child was at Alberta Children's Hospital for almost a month. She was then released and back to the school. About 2 weeks later, a report was provided to the school that was so medical and so wordy and so long, it was overwhelming. So they accessed Southwest, SLP, and OT to help them really understand what does this mean within a school environment versus a hospital environment. This is a high school high school AP. We're big fans of the OT. He is so knowledgeable and great with both staff and students. And that's part of that social skills program that they're accessing. Plus, an occupational therapist works with students to help them understand self-regulation. So how to manage stress within your body, how to manage when things aren't quite going the way you would like them to go. So we're really seeing a lot more high school people accessing OT. Yes.
Is that Southwest available to all schools or just this end of the district?
All schools.
Terrific.
Yes, all
Thank you.
schools, yes. Other things our administrators are saying, we've had a great experience with our OT SLP student wellness companions. That was a high school principal. They're responsive to my requests and continue to be enthusiastic and engaged. This last one is a challenge, but it's also a compliment. The only challenge I have is that we have many students who could use their services. I know they could probably work full-time in our school, and that's at the high school level. So it's great to see that schools are now understanding how important and valuable these services are in their high schools, because it's been a significant increase. We always focus on affordability, equity, and access. So we have preschool subsidies and affordability grants in 2 of our communities, so in Pincher Creek and in the Crow's Nest Pass. We have Jordan's Principal grants in many of our schools. We have a mental health schools grant just for our division, as well as a mental health grant that's in collaborative with Southwest. And a LIST grant is called Low Incidence Support. That is a grant that supports kids with vision needs, complex communication, and hearing needs. So as I highlighted it, and we're very appreciative of all of the grants, that's also one of the challenges, because with the grants, how do you know about sustainability for staff? A lot of people don't want to give up a job if they know the grant's 1 or 2 years. Also around the funding piece. And if you're wondering what these grants are providing us, the mental health grant that we have provides 2 mental health therapists as well as professional learning and behavior consultation. The Southwest grant we have provides wellness companions so that families are able to access community supports. The LIST grant provides access to vision, hearing, complex communication resources, as well as ASL. So when we're thinking about grants, it's very concerning if we don't have those grants to continue on. Our Jordan's Principal grants this year, we have 7 schools who have Jordan's Principal grants. 2 additional schools have submitted grant applications. What does that mean for our students in our 4 schools? Additional child youth care workers, additional EAs, a Blackfoot language instructor, a course completion grad teacher, elder honorariums are increased, psychoeducational assessments are increased. So it's a significant support being provided again through a grant that hopefully we will get next year when we reapply. I talked around the complexity of our learners. Community and provincial supports and mental health. This is definitely a challenge for us. A report just came out that I was reading today from the Office of Child and Youth Advocate Alberta, and they also highlighted some of the concerns. I'm just going to share a story with you, and it's one of many. We have students who are unable to get into Alberta Children's Hospital because the wait list is so big. Pediatricians can no longer refer to Alberta Children's Hospital because they're basically accepts children who are in crisis. Families have to go to the emergency room and wait with their child in emergency 3, 4, 5, 6 days in order to find a bed. They have 1 to 2 high observation beds for children who have significant behavior challenges, and lots of times children who are going to Children's Hospital, that's the state they are in because the other services haven't been there for them. Some parents are able to stay, some are not, and they come back home. Then they come back to our communities, and then we're still trying to provide the supports for them. So that's where we're accessing complex case, which I'm also a part of with FSCD, Alberta Mental Health, and we're all trying to meet the needs of our students. But we often hear CFS say, it's not in our mandate, their child's not being neglected. Or FSCD says, we don't provide supports for specialized placements. So there's so many of our children that are caught within all these gaps. And that report outlines it as well. Also, number of staff and new positions that we have. We love it. We love the new people coming in, but that also increases the mentorship, also increases the time that we're working alongside staff, working alongside LSTs. And for all of these, we definitely have been responsive. We have plans in place. Myself, Leanne, Holly, Richard, we meet 5 times a year with all of these staff just to answer any of the questions that they have. We did a needs survey to see what questions are coming up for you, what would you need. We've grouped them together with mentorship. So we definitely are being responsive, but when you asked me to share the challenges, I thought I'd be pretty clear in outlining them. So that we don't end on a sad note, I'll move into our paddling in the past. So last year, through our grant, we decided, you know what? Everyone deserves to go hiking. Everyone deserves to go paddling. Your vision might not be great. You might be considered legally blind. Perhaps you don't have use of one of your arms, but the great outdoors and land-based learning is for all. So we nervously got together with all of our experts, and we planned and we planned and we planned, and it was amazing. The first day, our students came out who have visual impairments, and they were learning about hiking. They were learning about talking compasses and how to navigate. We went down and we were paddling, and one of the little girls was so nervous. She was literally vibrating and her voice was quivering. I can't do it, I can't do it, I can't do it. We sat on the side with her canoe, just touching the ground in the water for about 10 minutes, and eventually she went out and she paddled. Then 3 days later, they invited their peer back, and these kids were the leaders. So they had that leadership responsibility of showing the students how to navigate with a compass and how to paddle, and they were the ones reassuring the kids who had never paddled before. So it was a pretty amazing experience, and we're doing it again this year. Also through our LIST grant, for some students, we accessed sports and recreation for children with disabilities. So they came into a school and they brought in goal ball, which we will continue. I don't know if you know what goal ball is. It is a ball that has a bell in it. All students are either blindfolded or they do not have the vision to see, and you're on the floor and you're rolling this ball through a net. So it's kind of like a soccer game, but you're on the floor. Now all of the students are playing this over at one of our high schools. The picture to the right with those little picture symbols, that's Access Technology. So we're able to provide communication tools. They're on our iPads. They are fancy systems called Prolo Quo to Go, and our students are able to ask for what they need. And these are very commonplace in our schools now, where years ago you might see 1 or 2 of these. They're very commonplace. We have multiple iPads with multiple communication devices. And one thing you find when we put these into place early is some students eventually stop using the communication device and they're just able to communicate with their own words. So I hope throughout the presentation you were able to see that our core values of student-centered leadership, integrity, wellness, and place-based are at the core of what we do in learning services. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Lisa. That was a lot. Is there any questions at all for Lisa? I have one. It's awesome that we can get all those grants, but do we have all those positions that the grants offered filled? Because I know that we struggle sometimes filling those positions with who we need in the right place at the right time.
I'll say yes and no. We have all the grant positions for the mental health grants filled. We have the teaching positions for the Jordan's Principal. We have the LISC grant positions filled. There was one open one for an educational assistant, which is Jordan's Principal. The piece with Jordan's Principal is once we get them approved, then we put up the ad. So those have some delays. And I didn't talk about that. I will share that. We do have challenge filling support staff positions within our communities, or finding staff who have the training, and then we put in the time and to train them, and then sometimes they move on to other positions. So that is also a piece. So yes, our positions are filled, except for one.
Perfect, thank you so much. Any other questions? Oh, go ahead, Trustee Gimber.
Thank you. There's tons of information in there. I've probably got a dozen questions, but I'm going to talk about just one right now, and it may not be for you. It could be for Mr. Kuzik as well. So as part of the diversity, equity, and inclusion through Alberta education, we're providing... It could be for...
Oh, sorry. I'll get you a start again. It got really
Yeah, no,
echoey.
that's fine. So as part of diversity, equity, and inclusion through Alberta education, we're providing English as a second language or additional language instruction to students in our division. So implementing those programs involves a variety of resources like English language software, bilingual textbooks, of course, qualified ESL instructors. So we are a bilingual country, I'm sure you guys know where I'm going with this, with 2 official languages. So what resources are in place to provide second or more language instruction to English-only students to achieve multilingual equity among our student body?
Pause just for, I'll answer one piece of it, and then I might turn it over to someone else. I can't tell if you're behind me. So our English as an additional language teacher, she would not have the designation of a TESOL teacher, but she does have learning support as well as years of experience supporting teachers.
I can try to answer this as best what I know right now. The same thing right now, we're not required to necessarily teach at first 7 to 9, correct? However, if there were students, and we had students that were wanting to take this, those resources, just like we would in other courses, if we had students that were able and wanting to take these courses in other languages, which we have offered in the past, that there would be resources to be able to do that. But at this time, it's difficult to offer that second languages for our students when we don't have enough students taking it, to allocate a teacher to that, to allocate the resources to that, right? So there, superintendency, if I've messed up on any of that, let me know, but that's kind of where we're at, and we reevaluate every year to see if we can offer second languages, not just French, but Spanish and whatever we can see that we can offer, because it's beneficial to students.
Thank you. Yeah, I think that my point in this is that every student should have the opportunity to have a second language. It doesn't matter to me which one it is. And if we are focusing on the equity of having English as an additional language to the newcomers or the people that don't have English first, then I think we should be, for equity reasons, allowing a second language opportunity to other students.
Thank you. Any other questions? Oh, Trustee Charger.
I just have one comment. Inclusive education is a big piece. I think part of what that piece comes with, unlike others, is a lot of emotion and personal wellness. And I just want to say I'm grateful that you're at the lead of that, Lisa. Thank you for the work you do.
Yeah. Yes, please do, because we know that everything that happens out there and all the support that is needed doesn't go without a lot of hard work. So thank you. Uh, Any other comments, guys? All right. Thank you so much, Lisa, for coming today and presenting to us. It's always great to hear. And thank you for sharing those challenges with us, too. Yep. Sure. We'll take a 5-minute bio break. Thank you. All right, guys, if we can gather back around the table, I see everybody's back in the room, please. All right, everybody, welcome back. I'm going to move that we suspend the rules of consideration because I missed an action item, which was F8, which is our professional learning. Trustee Yegus asked to have that pulled, so I will turn that over to Trustee Yegus. Oh, sorry, we do have to vote on that. Rules to suspend the order. All in favor? Thank you. Because your chair can't keep her order straight.
Okay, I would like to get permission to do two things. First of all, I'd like to attend any of the speakers' corners, any of the ones that are left. And do I do the other one too? Okay. The second one, there is a virtual forum coming up from it's called Face to Face Advanced Practice Forum. And it's as I said, it's virtual, and it's called Measuring Anything in the Context of CEO and Organizational Achievement of Results. It's for 2 days, but it is online. And when I looked at it, it said for non-members was $450, and for members, and I can't remember if I joined this group or not, so $350. So I'll see. But I do have the money in my PD account to do this, and I'd like permission to take this because I think it would be very relevant to the accountability committee. So that's it.
Perfect, thank you. Was there any other requests under the professional learning? Trustee Toon?
Yeah, just in prudence, because the timelines are coming up, if we could get a motion to approve whoever wants to go to Rural Education Symposium as well. Did we do that one?
Yeah.
That was part of last month's? Okay.
I'm pretty sure that we asked
Okay.
if everybody could go. Yes, we did. Yes. Oh.
Could we just pause and double check our minutes, just so if we haven't, we can make sure it is?
Yes, we can pause and check our minutes, because just in case, but I'm pretty sure we did that one. Yes, yep, that's approved PD dollars. Yep, for who all wanted to attend, yep. Perfect. All right, so we already have that one, so perfect, so great. Anything else that anybody wants permission for? Nope, okay, so Clara has two speakers corner and the virtual forum face-to-face that she would like permission to attend. All in favor? Carried, thank you. All right, we'll now move back to our H3, which is our Nanton update. The Nanton School Advisory Chair will update the Board of Trustees on the Nanton schools. Mr. Trustee Toon. Mr. Trustee Toon.
Thank you. We had a great meeting this past week. Excuse me. On January 22nd, we had our meeting with our committee consisting of Livingstone Range Administration and Trustees, Town of Nanton Council members, and MD of Willow Creek representative. Excuse me. We're currently in the design phase of the project, and we reviewed the draft architectural design plans for both schools. It was a great meeting. We also discussed the decanting and possibilities of moving forward of what's happening with that. And one of the things we really want to highlight is our public engagement session on Thursday, February 8th from 6 till 8. Excuse me, at AB Daily School. And all this will be going out to the schools and social media and on the website. Really want to give the community a chance to look at the design drawings and give input and feedback on that. And just ask if there's any, as always, you can go on our lrsd.ca/Nanton schools and get updates on the modernization and what's happening with that. And just sort of out to our committee members, including Mr. Prairie, if there's anything else to add to that before I die of coughing.
You're trying to quickly run through that before you coughed. Was there anything else that any committee members wanted to add to that, or Mr. Prairie? No? Okay, I think you did cover everything pretty good there, Brad. Thank you. Is there any questions at all? It's going out right away. So, perfect. Thank you so much, Trustee Toon. All right, we'll move on to H4, which is our budget review process. Enclosed with the agenda is a copy of the proposed budget calendar related to the 2024-2025 school year budget. Mr. Jeff Perry, our Associate Superintendent of Business Services, will use the budget calendar to provide a review of the budget's process for the trustees. Mr. Perry.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I believe it was included in your agenda package. There's times where I've gone through it in detail, but I think it's pretty self-explanatory, and so due to time, unless there's a desire for me to go through it in detail, I'll just open it up for questions if anybody has any with regards to what's on the document.
Is there any questions? Oh, I think you get off easy.
Yeah, maybe I'll just explain what it is and just take a couple minutes, I guess, but just for viewers that might be watching from home and not be able to have the document in front of them. The budgeting calendar is a full year process. It includes preparing for the budget, and that includes providing enrollment numbers, projected enrollment numbers in January for the following school year, which would begin in September. So that's a real big challenge for our schools and for our administration to try and come up with numbers. There's lots of changes and things that could occur. But the funding that we get, which is in February, the announcement from the provincial government is based on those projections. Typically, there's an in-year adjustment if we're way off and whatnot, but so that's how we go about that. We create the budget by determining how we would allocate funds, and that comes to the board at a later time, to the schools. And then we give the schools and departments opportunities to take the resources that have been allocated to them and apply that to their budgets. And then we amalgamate everything and bring that back in May for the board to review and approve the LRSD budget for the following school year. And then after that, it's a monitoring exercise to ensure that we are within the budget that we have presented. Or if there are variances or changes, how we will adapt to that. And that's where the audit committee comes in. And so we have dates on this calendar that identify where our audit committee will sit with administration and go over the financial results up to that point and bring a report back to the board. And that's how the board does their fiscal monitoring of the financial position of the jurisdiction. And so there's highlights and timelines on the calendar to identify when we do those types of things, when the audit occurs, and when we actually ultimately approve the financial statements, which is the result of the budget. So I'll just leave it with that. If that sparked any other questions, then maybe you can ask them. If not, then that's good.
Did that spark any other questions? No, everybody looks sleepy. I don't think we have any questions. You guess you get off easy today, Jeff. Thank you so much for that. All right, so that brings us to the end of our, no, we have H5. I almost forgot it. Ah, Trustee Yegus, you pulled out Mr. Chad Kuzik's report. Would you like to speak to it now?
Yes. In Mr. Kuzak's report, he said, submitted a proposal with the U of L regarding place-based pedagogies and student wellness. I was just wondering for him to explain that.
It'd be my pleasure. Thank you for bringing that up. We actually had two at the University of Lethbridge. One has to do with numeracy as well with Dr. Rochelle Marinowski. This particular one was with Sharon Pelich, and this is to do with place-based learning. So again, there's a proponent to this that our staff can definitely benefit from research, from either participating in research or acting on research or learning about research and it being surrounded by research and speaks to our professional our ways that we move forward, and especially in the context for ours. There's not a lot of research on place-based learning and student wellness at this particular time. And so we are very interested in working with Sharon, Dr. Sharon Pelich, for the number of years now. She was a support of Peaks. We went for the collegiate as well to talk to those pieces that the benefits that her research has shown of having these opportunities for place-based learning. So we decided in our conversations to continue that relationship and see if we can do some research and applied for what's the Alberta Research Network. Basically, is it comes every year, asks proposals, is cross Alberta. We've applied before and haven't necessarily been successful with the application piece of, but just putting that item up to see if this is worth some further research, and it'll be funded by the province. $50,000 to be able to support our work with this over the year, and then we would have to share our results in multiple locations and spaces. So that was the goal, is to be able the opportunity to do some of this research. And basically the focus would be looking at how building social emotional wellness through place-based consciousness and pedagogy at Peaks campus specifically. So looking at a qualitative research project where we would determine if this is having a social emotional wellness impact on the students by participating in Peaks. So that's the Peaks program.
Thank you. Is there a time, after the proposal, is there a timeline or anything, or?
Correct, yeah, no, though there is timelines, I don't have them right before me, but it will be, we'll know I think in the next little while here, if we got accepted. So once we get accepted, we have to be able to, in the spring of the following year, we'd have to submit some of our results and share our results. So whatever we do, we have to share with basically the public and the province of what we found. So, and it's basically a 1-year study, so.
And it'll be submitted to us too.
I would love for you to take a look at it, absolutely.
Thank
for
you.
Sure, you're welcome.
Awesome, thank you. All right, everybody, moving on to the end of our agenda now, on to key messages. What would everybody like to see as our 3 key messages? Mr. Long.
Mr. Cusack's career practitioners.
Do you want to have both presentations on there? Yes. Okay. Okay. Anybody else? Mr. Long?
Is it all right to share the school calendar with the parents?
Yep, absolutely. It is approved. Okay, we have 2. Is that what we're going with today? We don't have to have 3, but we can do 3. Oh, sorry, usually we do is 1, so that is 3 if we want to do it that way. Sorry, when we do the presentation, I always lump that as 1. Okay, so, Trustee Poitras.
I don't know how everyone else feels about it, but I think it's exciting and would be exciting to share that the trustees will be assigned to colonies now and visiting our colonies on a more regular basis. It's exciting information, I think, that we could share.
Thank you. All right, seeing no other ones, we'll have those 3 or 4, however you want to look at it, as our our 3 key messages, 4 key messages. So now we'll move on, potential press release items. Was the board interested in having any press releases from today's meeting? We'll share that at our school councils. I don't know if that's just Mr. Long.
I guess, is there any way to release the calendar in the press? Pretty difficult, other than putting
Yeah,
the
I think
calendar
that
itself in. For parents, we can always make copies, but not the paper.
I can ask, we definitely can look into it. I can, if Carly and I can look into it and just see how we can release it. So we got Trustee Charcher and then Trustee Toon.
Could the press release just be that the calendar's available on the LRSD website? Just to get it out to the greater population? If we can't.
Okay. Trustee Toon?
Yeah, not totally opposed to press release of the calendar. One of the challenges is it's the divisional calendar, and people might not know the difference between divisional calendar and school calendar, where especially elementary schools can have a vastly different looking calendar with the additional days and stuff added in, and that even our high schools a lot of times have flexibility that they can build into theirs. So that would be my only hesitation. We get eyes on this, well, and then something changes, or so that would just be my only hesitation about releasing the divisional calendar like that. Not that trying to hide anything or.
Trustee Long?
What about colony assignments? For a press release.
Yeah, if that's what you want. It's up to the board. Can I get a show of hands then, since nobody's really, do we want colonies? In favor of colony? It looks like no. Thank you. I don't, well, I need consensus of the board. I mean, everybody, for press releases, I don't want to just throw out a press release if not everybody's in favor of it. But I guess we could. What, Lacey? Oh, I thought you had your hand up to say something. Oh, I thought you went like this.
No, I don't have my hand up, but I do think that if we're going to have a press release item, it should be the consensus of the whole board.
Yep.
So,
Thank you. Sorry, I didn't know why I said it that way. Trustee Gamber.
As part of the Nanton update, the February 8th engagement session, I want to make sure that that's actually going to be a press release at some point.
Yeah, I didn't highlight it as part of this, but Carly, I want to thank Carly for her amazing work on this as always. She outlined who it would get sent to as part of the process, and it's a long, lengthy list, and it'll be going out immediately after this meeting
Okay.
here. Yeah.
So it'll already be going out to the
Yeah, it
press?
should be.
Okay, perfect. Trustee Poitras?
sorry, is that a press release, like a full press release, or does that just go to the Nanton area, or is it a full press release?
I think showing that we're engaging with the community on it isn't a bad thing to do a press release on it. So I
Do both?
Yeah.
Okay. Sorry, I thought you were saying that it was already going out, so
No, I
that we
just
should
wanted
do.
to, yeah, I just wanted to
Okay.
make sure that everyone understood the process of how that was getting released. But yeah, a press release would be good that
Okay.
was.
Can I, before we suggest another one, can I just see if everybody's in favor of a press release for the oh, okay. Okay, sure, thanks.
When I did our key messages last week, our 3 key messages, I usually think if there's discussions about Grantham or Nanton, I won't hear anything, but it sparked about a 20-minute conversation, so should be in all the papers.
Perfect. Thanks for sharing that, Mr. Long. All right, can I get a board census on a Nanton press release, please? Show of hands for in favor. Okay, thank you. All right, was there anything else? All right, if seeing nothing else, then we're going to move to in camera. Can I get someone to please make that motion? Trustee Toon. At 3:01. All right, if everybody just wants to move next door, please.